Muy buenos días a todos ustedes. Espero que hayan tenido una excelente noche, que la estén pasando muy bien, que se hayan despertado con muchas ganas y con mucho amor, listos para tomar este día para adelante y recordar que de ahí empieza el día, no de afuera de lo que te va a hacer el día, empieza de adentro de ti para afuera. Así que siempre el lado positivo, despiértate en la mañana y siente cómo te sientes. Si sientes que las cosas no van a estar contigo, etcétera, veías algo que te vaya a hacer sentir bien. Si sientes que todo te va a salir poca madre, prepárate para ir a recibir todo lo que vas a recibir fuera de ti. Es muy importante entender esto, muy importante para vivir bien. Más allá de eso, bienvenidos al Casino del Tío Salo, por supuesto. Vamos a platicar, vamos a ver cómo va los bitcoins, vamos a ver cómo van todas las criptos, vamos a ver cómo va la bolsa tradicional. Vamos a abusar de ella como si fuéramos políticos y la bolsa fuera un niño de 12 años, damas y caballeros. Vamos a sacarle todo el jugo y todo el provecho. ¿Fue un chiste de pedofilia? Sí, sí lo fue, lo siento. No sé de dónde salió. Espero que esta mañana les esté yendo poca madre y estén listos para todo esto, para este análisis de mercado. Pero como siempre, antes quiero platicarles de cosas. Y el título de este video es Olvídate de la recesión. Deja de pensar en estas cosas. Y necesito que entiendan esto. Sobre todo, me estoy enfocando en Estados Unidos. Cuando volteen y estén escuchando todas mis tonterías, si tú vives en México, Canadá, bueno, en cualquier otro país, esto no aplica para ti. Tiene que ser cosas de mi alrededor, y estoy hablando siempre en la gran cantidad de veces, a menos de que lo diga en fuerte, de Estados Unidos. Es importante entender eso. Y quiero que te olvides de este problema de la gente y los economistas hablando de una recesión o no, porque es irrelevante. Estamos viviendo eso. Tal cual como te sientes el día de hoy es como te vas a sentir en la recesión. ¿Se puede poner peor? Puede que sí la situación, pero yo creo que lo único que va a generar es una mayor disparidad entre quién tiene dinero y quién no tiene dinero. Y es a donde vamos a llegar a fin de cuentas con esto. El día de hoy salieron más datos falsos que la gente está tomando como serios y vienen acompañados también de una gran revisión, ¿ok? Vamos a primero hablar de la gran revisión de los empleos, donde a todo el mundo le estoy diciendo, ves que desde el abril del 2024 hasta marzo del 2025, me parece que es así como funcionan las fechas, de todos los empleos que habían creado, nos engañaron y crearon menos de los empleos que habían dicho, menos 911,000. Eso quiere decir que nos engañaron por 911,000. Y ahora todo el mundo está diciendo, es que están revisando los números, es pura payasada, ¿no? Y del otro lado salen los datos del PPI. Es el Producer Price Index. Eso quiere decir que es lo que el costo de los productores para comprar cosas, ¿no? Básicamente el CPI de los productores, ¿no? La inflación de los productores. Y los números entraron en negativo, menos 0,1% cuando estaban esperando 0,3% positivo. Y el core, que esto es mes a mes, estaban esperando 0,3% también y también llegó en menos 0,1%. Bien, negativo, costos bajos para los productores, según estos datos, ¿no? Y el otro, PPI anual, year over year, estábamos esperando 3,3% y vino en 2,6%, más bajo. Y la otra es core de anual, estábamos esperando 3,5% y vino en 2,8%, más bajo. Y acá todo el mundo dirá, Alejandro, pues esto está chingón, ¿no? Es lo que habías dicho, que no iban a subir los precios. No, 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 no. Todos estos datos son falsos. Quiero que recuerden cómo analizamos el mercado nosotros. Lo que queremos saber es qué le están vendiendo a la gente y cómo reacciona la gente. Eso es importante entender esto. No estamos intentando adivinar lo que está pasando en el mercado, estamos viendo cómo reaccionan los pacos que no entienden nada y exactamente qué es lo que busca los datos que están proporcionando a todo el mundo. Recuerden, para mucha gente argumenta que no va a haber una recesión en Estados Unidos, que olvídenlo, el Producto Interno Bruto, el PIB está fuertísimo, cabrón, fortísimo, más fuerte que el olor de los franceses en el metro en pleno verano, ¿no? Está fuerte de a madre. Y es lo que le dicen a todo el mundo. Y todo el mundo también sabe que los datos son falsos, pero todo el mundo se recarga de los datos. Cuando salen a su favor, qué chingón. Cuando salen en su contra, no, son falsos, ¿no? Y ahorita toda la gente que había dicho que los aranceles iban a causar inflación, están volteándose a decir, güey, los aranceles no están causando inflación. Claro que lo están causando para los productores, están destruyendo sus márgenes, tío. ¿Entendemos eso? Justamente lo o contrario que pasó en el 2020, 21, 22, 23, donde todo el mundo tuvo márgenes jugosos, ahora está pasando lo contrario. Y lo que yo había dicho desde el principio, no le puedes pasar al consumidor la factura porque el consumidor está en la mierda. Es así de fácil, no tienes que buscar datos de nada. Y ahorita la gente está diciendo, no, es que estos datos de inflación son falsos. La inflación está mucho más arriba. No es cierto. Una vez más, a donde voy a comer, los precios no han subido. Mi súper cuesta lo mismo. Eh, Pendejadas que quiero comprar o que he comprado cuestan lo mismo que costaban. Ahora, con la inflación de los 5 años agregada, por supuesto. Pero volteo a ver y empiezo a ver coches cayendo de precio. Volteo a ver casas empezando a caer de precio. Básicamente el consumidor, además de estar desempleado de a madre o con 3 empleos que no le alcanza para nada, no puede cargar con los aranceles. Lo vimos, es sencillo. Cuando ves información contradictoria, tienes que preguntarte por qué. ¿Cuál es el mensaje que le están mandando a la gente? Y esto es donde viene lo más interesante en mi punto de vista de todo esto, porque me están dando, ponte tú, alguien como yo que está apostando que vamos a tener un último cuarto de este año en la mierda o el primero del próximo, donde ya van a decir esto se fue a la verga. Estamos ya cerca del fondo de este pedo, pero el pedo de esto es que este fondo es un fondo donde no está tan lejos el fondo, o sea, no vas a ver todo caer de la noche a la mañana un 100%, no, o sea, no va a pasar. Pero lo que sí es, esto se va a alargar muchísimo más tiempo. Y les voy a decir el por qué. Porque están entrenando a todos, a la idea de cortar tipos. Están haciendo que todo el mundo se emocione, que empiecen a sentir esa euforia una vez más que sintieron en el 2020, que crean que van a imprimir un chingo de dinero y que los tipos bajando van a hacer que tu casa vuelva a subir de precio, que tus coches van a subir de precio y que todo lo que compraste vuelva a subir de precio. Y para mí, lo más jodido del mundo es lo que siempre pasa. Tengo un tatuaje de eso y hice una marca totalmente de ello. Normalmente lo peor que la opción más pendeja y chistosa de todas es lo que normalmente ocurre. ¿Y cuál es la opción más pendeja y chistosa en todo este escenario? Donde a todo el mundo ya lo entrenaron con este gran FOMO, donde todo el mundo siente el miedo de perderse esta gran subida. Esto una vez más es la repetición en la bolsa de lo que fue Donald Trump entrando a la presidencia, donde todo el mundo decía, no hay forma de que baje, no hay forma de que baje el mercado. Ahora que Donald Trump está ahí, es imposible, ¿no? Y cómansela entera. Y ahorita les están diciendo, la economía está muy fuerte, el Producto Interno Bruto está muy fuerte, los datos de desempleo son irrelevantes, ¿no? Ahora son irrelevantes. PPI, los datos de inflación están viniendo literalmente solamente a darle el bias a esas personas, son datos falsos, ahora que todo el mundo lo está viendo, ¿no? Pero la realidad es, le está vendiendo a todo el mundo lo siguiente, una economía fuerte en Estados Unidos, eso no existe, eso no es real, y le están vendiendo a todo el mundo que queremos bajar tipos. Y normalmente hay una discrepancia en esas cosas, porque si es una economía fuerte, ¿por qué tienes que bajar tipos, no? Y nunca nadie, ninguno de estos economistas de paja, tiene una respuesta a ello. Y lo único que están haciendo es espantarlos. Ya estás viendo lo peor de todo esto. Ya estás viviéndolo. Tranquilo. Así son las recesiones. Es esto, donde estamos ahorita, donde todo el mundo se está quejando todo el tiempo de todas sus penas y miserias. Y si te metes a ver TikTok o YouTube en Estados Unidos, es gente llorando de que no le alcanza, gente llorando de que está perdiendo dinero y que no puede creer que puso todo su dinero en su casa y que no la pueden vender ahora y van a perder todo lo que tenían. Es literalmente todo la población de Estados Unidos. Esa no es una economía fuerte. No importa que Google esté a toda madre rompiéndola, despidiendo gente y agregando productividad en AI, ¿no? A través de AI. No importa, ni tampoco Meta y esos. Son 7 empresas que están haciendo esto. Todos los demás y la población en general, la gran cantidad del mayor promedio está en la mierda, ¿ok? Y ya estando en la mierda, una vez más, ya estás en la recesión, tranquilo, brother. Deja de pensar en estas cosas. no te sirven de nada de todas maneras. Lo único que puedes hacer es moverte para adelante, siempre moverte, moverte, moverte para salir de situaciones. Si te quedas ahí llorando, la miseria, lo que es que no nos dan esto y no nos dan el otro, nunca vas a salir adelante. Es muy importante entender eso y simplemente tiene que ser tu lema de vida para adelante. Lo único que quiero es que no se me preocupen cuando escuchen todas estas tonterías. Si están viendo las noticias, vean las noticias. Si están escuchando a los pacos, vean a los pacos, disfrútenlos, pero por lo que es. Entretenimiento número uno, nada más. Si te está dando ansiedad lo que te dicen, deja de verlos. Igual a mí, si estás viendo este video y te da ansiedad, te da miedo, sientes incertidumbre al futuro, deja de verme. Eso no es lo que quiero lograr. Lo que quiero es que estés en paz. Quiero explicarte las tonterías que te están metiendo por el culo, porque no son tan claras para mucha gente. Y sobre todo quiero que veas a todas estas personas, incluyéndome a mí, como qué narrativa me está vendiendo el gobierno con sus datos y qué narrativa están sacando todos los pacos en común. Porque si todos los pacos fueran buenos inversores, todos seríamos ricos, porque todos vemos a los pacos, ¿no? Y los pacos no dan una, porque a ellos el gobierno les está haciendo una campaña de marketing de no mames, que no entienden, es una campaña de marketing para venderles algo. Una vez más, ¿qué nos están vendiendo? Una economía muy fuerte que puede ya por fin empezar a recortar tipos y va a causar inflación. Les están vendiendo inflación, eso quiere decir que precios en todo van a subir, que las empresas van a volver a subir. Les están vendiendo la idea del 2020, ¿ok? Y eso es muy diferente a lo que está pasando ahorita. El gran cisne negro, en mi opinión, antes de cerrar esto, irme ya a ver a estos tíos, el gran cisne negro que vamos a ver, en mi opinión, es la bajada de tipos. Y esto es a lo que mucha gente no le cabe en la cabeza por lo que han visto últimamente y lo que creen y porque todo el mundo cree que la gran impresión de dinero y la verga, ¿ok? Entonces, lo que digo va en contra de todo lo que te están diciendo, pero es lo que te están vendiendo y ahorita vas a ver por qué. Porque en el momento, y esto se los he dicho mil veces, en el momento en que bajen los tipos, la cantidad de productos totales y la cantidad de cosas que se van a vender mucho más barato va a hacer que los inventarios en todo exploten, sobre todo en casas, sobre todo en coches y cualquier producto caro de financiar que había sido escaso. Todos estos productos van a reventar el mercado al mismo tiempo porque toda la gente está desesperada y toda la gente va a querer ganar en chinga. Le están dando justamente en el FOMO a la gente. Cuando tienes a la gente en FOMO, la tienes aquí. Le tienes el puño metido en el culo y los estás haciendo hablar como quieras. Los estás haciendo actuar como quieras. Y todo el mundo tiene ese FOMO en este momento. Si en verdad nuestra economía estuviera tan fuerte, nadie estaría pidiendo que recorten tipos. Nadie. Es sencillo cómo puedes ver esto. Nadie. No tendría sentido alguno. Nunca les molestó en el pasado. ¿Por qué ahora todo el mundo sabe y quiere recortes? ¿Por qué? Porque quieren que hagas eso, porque quieren que creas que esto va a ir para arriba. Y va a ir completamente en lo contrario. Lo dije desde el año pasado. Y todo se está dando uno por uno, por uno, por uno. Y de nuevo, vamos a entrar en una recesión. Estamos en una recesión. Esto es una recesión. Esto es tal cual. No, pero es que la estanflación es lo que me están diciendo ahorita. La estanflación ya la tuviste por los últimos 2 años, donde todos los precios llegaron a tope, se quedaron ahí y los salarios no subieron. Y todo se fue a la mierda. Llevas 2 años en esa estanflación. Y estás en una recesión donde la gran cantidad del pueblo americano, y es lo que yo calificaría como una recesión, está en la mierda. Pero esto ya está aquí. Te están diciendo y que voltees a ver si va a haber una recesión. Ya estás aquí. Hay algo que se esté quemando. Voltea alrededor. Sal a la calle. Sal al parque, cabrón. Date una vuelta y ve lo bonito que es todo. Deja de pensar en estas tonterías. Y ahora, lo importante va a ser aprovechar las oportunidades. Cuando reduzcan intereses, también van a reducir el crédito a todos. Van a hacer que tu crédito en verdad cuente para cualquier préstamo. Y aquí toda la gente que se endeudó la cagó. La cagó, porque no van a poder conseguir estos préstamos y también si no tienen un trabajo que les pague sólidamente y que puedan usar vas a pasar por muchísimos obstáculos para poder conseguir estos préstamos. Pero los que podamos conseguir estos préstamos, vamos a hacer un billete pendejo. Enfócate en eso. Y ahora, si no estás en esa posición, prepárate para la siguiente, cabrón. No tienes que, simplemente se trata de crecer, güey, no me tocó en esta, ¿sabes qué? Me va a tocar en la próxima. está bien. A mucha gente está en el mismo bote que tú. No tienes que preocuparte por nada. Todo está bien a fin de cuentas. Entonces, ¿qué vamos a ver? Estamos en una recesión ya. Nos están vendiendo la idea de que viene la economía muy fuerte y que vienen cortes de tipos porque estás viendo estos números pendejos que te están dando que no significan nada y con ello te están diciendo, intentando vender que va a haber más inflación, que todas las cosas van a subir de precio. Y cuando hacen eso, normalmente lo contrario es lo que pasa y es lo que yo estaría esperando. Y a todo el mundo que quiera venir y aprender a tradear, y si no es tradear, también es bueno aprender las tablas para poder invertir, que es lo que yo también estoy haciendo y esto me ha ayudado infinidad de veces más también. Una vez más, no te vas a hacer trillonario, no estoy aquí para decirte que, güey, de la noche a la mañana. No, esto para la gente que quiere aprender a invertir a largo plazo también, se me hace muy importante simplemente saber cómo leer una puta tabla. Porque esto te va a ayudar, cabrón, a poder comprar las mejores oportunidades y es lo que quiero que te enfoques en. Y si quieres tradear futuros, también acá lo puedes hacer. Primero que nada, cae en nuestro Discord, que es absolutamente gratuito, aquí en el D-Trading Academy, como de que no. Es súper fácil de usar. Todos los menús están aquí a la izquierda. Tienes los análisis de Alex por acá, por ejemplo. Todo está por acá. A la derecha son donde se abren los menús. Tienes nuestro famoso tab de Criptolingo, donde les ponemos todas las abreviaciones de cosas. Si no entiendes nada de lo que estamos hablando aquí, los cursos, ahora sí que esto es gratis. Esta información que te estamos dando es gratis. Pero si no hablas el lenguaje de que estás viendo acá, es porque no hablas el lenguaje de trading. Si quieres aprender el lenguaje de trading, tenemos un curso que se llama De Cero a Trader. Cuesta $29. No es para hacernos rico. Le ponemos precio solamente porque si no, la gente no lo tomaría en serio. Así de pendejos somos. Entonces, ahí está. Por $29 les prometo no me voy a hacer millonario y con eso vas a entender el lenguaje de esto. El chat general, bueno, para ver cómo está la gente, qué están pensando, para poder hacer tu análisis más fuerte o poder salirte de tus errores. Tienes también tus P&L cards, la gente que viene a compartir cuánta lana están haciendo. Vamos a ver, aquí ya están usando nuestro famoso B2Nix link. También tenemos grande, oye, un buen short acá, bien hecho, mi queridísimo Bender, 43% te llevas a casa. Nada mal, ¿dónde están los números? Ultrabot es el que la ha estado reventando últimamente con sus porquerías. Ve nada más, güey. Un 402%, bien. 242%, Ultrabot 729%. He estado yo también jugando el rango de Bitcoin. Güey, le he sacado tanto dinero a este rango que ya me da miedo volver a entrar. Ya no lo creo. Pero si ustedes quieren tradear en futuros, ya les dejé el enlace aquí directo para que vengan a este lugar de nuestro sitio web. Es gratis. Este es un video de 5 minutos que te enseña cómo usar un exchange de futuros. El exchange acá que estamos usando, ejemplo, es Bluffing y tienes el enlace acá. También tenemos BTCC aquí abajo y en el Discord también tenemos en nuestro enlace de partners por acá B2Nix y para que vean también ¿cómo se dice? Los beneficios. No necesitas KYC, tienen la mejor liquidez, tienen más de 800 pares, no necesitas VPN para usar esto en regiones como Estados Unidos, Europa, te dan un 20% de bono en tu depósito, te dan hasta 125x, eso quiere decir que con $1,000 puedes abrir un trade de 125,000 y están dando buenos premios a la gente que está metiendo a tradear como Rolexes y un Cybertruck. Ven y usa también con nuestro enlace que está acá, para que te den 30% de descuento en los fees. Y saben, si eres trader, sabes que eso es buenísimo, porque normalmente los fees es lo que no te deja ganar dinero rápido. Entonces, muy recomendado. Eso está en nuestro Discord. Y si quieres aprender cómo usar todos esos exchanges, están acá y los enlaces están en la descripción de abajo para que los tengan, puedan aprovechar todas estas promociones y sepas cómo fondear una cuenta en un exchange de futuros, cómo mandar tu dinero a la cuenta de futuros, cómo abrir un corto, cómo abrir un largo, cómo encontrar los assets, todo para poder operar en eso. En 5 minutos lo tienes acá absolutamente de agrapa. Y ahora sí voy a traer a los maestros, a los jefes del casino, al buen Alex y a Farhan. Vamos a darle para adelante, damas y caballeros. Good morning,
Buenos días, muchachos.
How are
Back
you?
in Mexico. Doing well.
Oh, I can tell by your Spanish. I can tell by your Spanish that you're back in Mexico. It sounds way more authentic. Like
Sí, sí,
tacos.
señor, exactamente.
Alex, you're the first one to share your screen. I want to know what you're seeing on that Bitcoin. What's going on? What? Oh, look at that. Look at that beauty. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Beautiful.
Not me.
Beautiful green dildo, from Bull Jesus himself. Bulls were, able to actually stick the landing here, hold that $110,000 region, leading to an expansion move but we've rallied right up against resistance going into today. And this is a tricky spot because you very well could get a reclaim into today's close and actually hold that $114,000 region, leading to another expansion. Or this is literally the last spot bears can pick up. You've gotten the trend shift on the daily, so you've taken out all the shorts, including me, that were using August 28th wick high as a stop loss. You're noticing kind of the tug of war where the range was being very well respected. Any move down to that $110,000 region was getting bought up, leading to another move up. We were noticing the lower highs, ever so slightly lower highs. But the issue was support was still holding. That EMA 100, 110,600 was still consistently holding for bulls, giving them at least a shot of expansion back to that EMA 34. Now, going into today, it's a very long day. This, is predominantly driven by headlines right before New York Open. It's going to be very important to see bulls very minimally just sustain this momentum, keep a rally above $112,000. Because if this turns into a wick high rejection, on the macro, it's not going to look too well. And specifically, predominantly, the macro is what I'm trading, the weekly and the 2-week. The 2-week won't look good because you had an area of support that was holding consistently, even from this region, which was 114,000. You were able to actually form a new high. Now, this is important because holding this then led to a major breakdown, which then so far led to a nice expansion. This is a good example on why this is sort of the last spot for bears, because if they get back within this range, well, this was really the last spot where you started to really move up to a new high. $112,000 is the beginnings of that, though. When going to a weekly, you can just see $112,000 is a very big spot for me. And I'm watching this very carefully. You've seen this EMA 9 actually move up as price has gone up. And so now that's sitting actually closer to 113,000. 112,800 is where it's at. This is a very crucial spot. Before we were watching it and very near that $112,000 region, which is a major spot for me. I mean, that was a big area of resistance. We were within this range, which had a lot of predatory price action, wicks to the upside that were getting sold off. And it's a very important area to gauge because we saw once you really did start reclaiming back above that $112,000 region, and it consistently held as support, this just played into bulls' hands, which was, again, just holding the levels on the 2-week before getting that all-time high. You made that wick low, solidified this wick high being support, got bought up, never lost that $114,000 region before making a new high. So as we all watch now, I mean, my shorts are stopped on Bitcoin. I'm only short on Ethereum at this current point. Solana XRPP took my short stop. The only really spot I'm looking at now to play is this region. This is the last spot. And in order for me to be convinced that bears are actually going to pick up, well, I need to start seeing today sell off because what we have is a 2-week and a weekly closing very soon. And I mentioned this in the beginning, a big portion of my short idea is based on the weekly, which is simply a weekly EMA 9 loss, sprinkle in a HPDR 38.2% loss. Don't know why that opened. And this is still guiding my bias. So until we get that weekly close, I'm still within this range looking for shorts because I know that, within this area, bears still very well could pick up. But that doesn't diminish the daily. And the daily is now in a solid uptrend. We have consistent higher lows and a higher high break. Now, often in Bitcoin land, at least, we see Bitcoin make these higher highs. Everyone gets super bullish. Everyone starts scaling longs. Makes absolutely no sense because what we know is, well, these ranges have really been working out pretty nicely. So now that we're going back into a new range and we potentially have a higher high break, generally in this kind of environment, it would make a lot of sense to hold, open on a downside move, get a throwback, and then expand. This would make a lot of sense to me. You get your higher low, you get your bullish price structure, and you also take out all of the aggressive longs that are essentially longing resistance. The only way that this changes is if you expand from here and you actually start reclaiming back above the meme line resistance. Specifically, it's at 114,220. We saw the same price reaction when you expanded from that 112,000, reclaimed that $114,000 region. I remember this because we were watching for potentially a long in this area. You made that wick high, you made that wick low, right? Formed your bullish structure, and then proceeded to move up. Now, in this region, the rally really did start from that $114,000 region. There was, chop, obviously, but understanding trend and looking for a higher low would have been helpful. Now, popping back within the moving averages is very important. So going into today, what you have potentially is a buy trigger. You've been under all major moving averages. It's not confirmed yet, but this just plays into the pullback scenario. If, let's say, that 114,200 resistance acts as resistance and you get a downside move, you should now be gauging that $112,000 region to hold. This spot needs to be the area that just consistently holds for bulls. And as long as you stay above that, this is the long opportunity. Now, again, I'm still bearish, though. I'm watching the weekly, but that can quickly change if, let's say, the daily starts actually holding this breakout area. Because we were identifying this range yesterday. I wanted to see the breakdown. You did get bearish momentum. You moved down, but again, understanding support, and then specifically that daily EMA 100. I really did like how that was lined up nicely with our meme line support at this point. So had you had lost 110,600, great confluence of a move down, but instead you just consistently held it, not taking out each low. So now we've expanded. Let's see if bulls actually hold this momentum into today. We have 10 hours to go, but it's still a big spot for me. Daily volatility still has not confirmed expansion, possibly could today. And this tells me that, yeah, this is like the last spot that bears need to actually pick up. We were looking for them to show up around that $112,000 region. They've moved up. They've taken all the stops here. So, now in my opinion, this is more a long market. Majority are long, specifically from this morning. And so now this would be a great time to trap a lot of longs and start moving down. Specifically, kind of like what you were talking about, Alejandro. You take out all this, the stops, you trend shift on the daily, you rally up to resistance. You very well could even go up to that $116,000 region. And then you roll over, taking out shorts like me that we're just shorting within here before that final middle finger on Bitcoin before rolling over. And again, the 2-week kind of does show that's still a possibility. So understand that the 2-week is good as long as you're above $114,000. And this is the last spot now for me. I'm going to be watching bears at least pick up, and at very minimum, sell pressure leading to a daily higher low, if not just a throwback in this region. What was resistance, specifically that daily EMA 34, should be flipped into support. Now, I'll talk about the silver cross. It's definitely diminishing now that we're blowing past the 55. So we'll watch that very carefully. You're even seeing here the 9 moving up, potentially about to cross above the 21. So again, we're watching that daily silver cross. So as this moves up, as price goes higher, this will start actually flipping price action into a bullish silver cross, giving us just more of a bias to very minimally play the pullback. Daily 9 could then provide you that higher low, 112,000 access support, and then you move up. And we really can't act like we haven't seen this before play out. You moved up, went all the way down, 112,000 active support, and then you went all the way up in one candle to 118,000. So here and here tells me, yeah, this is a big zone. Ideally now, $112,000 should hold. So it should not be complicated. You get any kind of rejection here, all eyes on $112,000. If that starts getting lost, then well, that'll be your first trigger of, yeah, this could then be a possible major trap, wick high rejection, and we might roll over. But until then, it's not really looking that bearish. You're just now on a higher high break on the daily. So it makes sense that price would, kind of stall here for a little. So watch very carefully this zone. Yesterday, we're also watching that 4-hour EMA 100. We rallied up to it. We got a rejection. But again, just bears were not able to actually sustain a move down past that EMA 34. We actually saw that hold. And then you got back above the EMA 100. So, it was pretty quick this morning. You had to kind of watch, but, there were things in the chart saying that, bulls were at least going to make another move up. And really, it's just playing within the range now. So that's what I'm watching on Bitcoin. I'm not longing up here. I'm rather looking for weakness, or if we're going to get a pullback, it should very easily lead to a higher low. And so 112,000 is going to be my kind of shit line for bulls. As long as you're above that now, we were saying as long as you're below that, you will be bearish. And as long as you're holding that, this will be more bullish. That will potentially lead into a better weekly close. Because remember, this trade on the weekly is still very valid. This was, still a major trend shift. You're still potentially in a weekly downtrend. It's just very tricky playing within these ranges. It's actually been quite tricky since the beginning of September. If we just look at that. All right, so since the beginning of September, it's just been tricky and actually playing within bulls' hands. So this is a big spot. I mean, you just spent the last, 10 days. I had to look at the clock here, like 10 days solidly going up. Will we now sustain a breakout out of this range, reclaim $116,000 and go to a new all-time high? Or are we potentially going to roll over here, get all shorts out, and then potentially, actually get a really nasty sell-off before today? Because that would actually need to be what really starts happening is you start getting a really nasty sell-off. This just leads to a wick high rejection. You just, like I've been saying, don't want this to occur. If this occurs, then yeah, this will be bullish. It's similar to like what happened here, and then you just held support. We've seen this exact price action when we moved up within these same ranges. So 114,200 got reclaimed, you moved up, you went down, 116,000 acted as support, you formed a new high. So there's really like no complication here. You're just playing within the range. As long as you're under 114,200, that is resistance. You reclaim that, starts playing within bulls' hands, starts really giving me confidence that the weekly is going to reclaim the 9. And this whole move right into the beginning of September was potentially just a bottom forming. Until then, I'm still looking for weakness here. I'm definitely not longing into here. And simply just based on the 2-week, you should be gauging at least some kind of rejection, if not just this range to form. So that's Bitcoin. Tether dominance, the same thing we're watching. You're actually gauging very carefully today. And that's kind of what we've been saying. These moves down to that 4.4% is going to be very telling. Lose 4.4%, okay, that becomes bearish. Hold it, actually becomes a different story. It's what we've been seeing throughout Tether dominance history. Lose 4.4%, you get pretty obvious bearish rejections, and then you reclaim it. Moves down, yes, occur. This one even went all the way down 4.3%. So I guess it's not as low as 4.33% where we're at, but the point is you're gauging the daily close. That's very important for really if you're longing here and you're looking for a deeper move, maybe to 116,000 to 118,000. Well, then you're going to need this daily to lose 4.4%. Still hasn't happened. And so this still gives me confidence that today still could potentially reject that 114,200 region. Tether dominance potentially still gets bought up. But like Bitcoin shifting, right, the trend, Tether dominance is now in a downtrend on the daily. So it's just something to be mindful of. You start losing 4.4% while being in a downtrend. Would a rally up lower high in this region of the cluster of major moving averages surprise you? Shouldn't, and definitely wouldn't surprise me. But if this starts getting bought up, it holds 4.4%. You don't lose the EMA 34, and then you start moving up from there. Yeah, that also wouldn't surprise me. So this plays into today's very important to just for bulls in Bitcoin, keep this momentum, and well, for bears sooner rather than later. Need to see you pick up. I'll go to the weekly. Okay, so this high is 4.61, 4.6. That low. So again, the hopium now is just playing into the macro, just like what I said on Bitcoin. You still technically are, in my opinion, in potentially what could be an uptrend here. The only way that you're wrong on this idea is really if you start taking out that 4.2% and start really coming back down to this wick low. This wick low, let me just do a lot of circles here. Let me get here. This wick low should be a spot that just your kind of line in the sand. This should be always the spot that's going to be the macro low for tether dominant bulls. Because what you see is you came down and then you broke out of this downtrend. You had a consistent lower high, lower low. You came out, you broke out of here. Then you've been coming down. The daily did shift into an uptrend, and this could play into the fact that, we're either going to bust out of here, break 114,200 on Bitcoin, reclaim it, and start actually making your move up to like 118,000 to 116,000. Just playing into the daily's trend shifted, the weekly's going to reclaim the 9, and this was a major bottom off of the EMA 21. Or, this higher low is still going to be formed on tether dominance, which will just play into Bitcoin's weekly, rejecting right into here, resistance, and where the daily trend shifts, the weekly doesn't, giving you that bull trap scenario. So that's why it's still a tricky spot. I will say I'm out of shorts, but I'm still looking for this 114,200 region to reject. And I quickly know if I'm wrong on that, if, again, the lower time frames start reclaiming it like a 4-hour and above. But still, after a daily higher high break, this should either provide you a higher low or this will be a trap and you'll start actually moving down, trend shifting in quotation marks before rolling over. All the trend shifting bulls get horny and happy, and the macro bears get disappointed really here. The trend shift I was doing on the weekly, show it here, right? Higher high. So we don't really long higher high breaks, rather wait for a higher low, let it prove to you that it will be support and that this will be in bull's hand. Because I could just start scaling longs here. That would be cool, but also it doesn't really make sense, and you'd have to use like this low as your stop loss. After already a 2.3% green dildo, that doesn't really make too much sense to me, because specifically I know exactly how we play within this range. And even when you made this move all the way up to 116,000, you still came all the way down to 112,000. So it's very important to just play the ranges. So that's what I have on Bitcoin tether dominance. I'm watching very carefully today's close. 4.4% still the spot. Nothing's changed, and you still held 4.4% yesterday. So I need to see this either get bought up or get lost, give us a lower high. SR flip 4.4%. What was support will be resistance. And this is where the Academy can actually go long. And this will just play literally right into our higher low, trend shift, price structure shift, EMA 34, EMA 9, EMA 21 act as support, higher low, aggressive longs out, and then you move up. So no FOMO here still. It is disappointing the shorts didn't fully play out, but luckily we have a stop loss. So and again, you quickly could have realized you were potentially going to get stopped out. 8-hour reclaiming support, that just gave you a bias of, yeah, we're most likely going to go up. You can even see the 12-hour here. Got back above the SMA 200. That was another big zone we were watching to reject. Getting back. So you either will get chopped and you won't play within the range, and like this, or you won't. And that's what chop's engineered for you to do, is to break rules. After you try to long and then it doesn't work, you stop doing that. So yeah, that's just a good example of chop. But yeah, that's it. Play within the range. Still really nothing's changed on the weekly though. And I will just say that until you actually get this close in 4 days, nothing's really changed. And you've even seen BBWP move down. So let's see, that's a 2-week. TradingView, everyone's on it. It's not my internet, I promise. All the degenerates are wanting to see their charts. This has even shifted a little more down, which is interesting to see. Let's see if the 5 days. Oh, it's nicer. Okay, cool. Still printing 3 sessions of 0% volatility. It's very important. These are massive setups on the 5-day. And I know it seems like we were just talking about this setup, but this one wasn't its full totality of it. This was more of like this fizzled out. You didn't get to even 50%. You went to 26% and then reset again. So one would say this was like a failed setup. Let's actually measure that though and see. Oh gosh, it's one of these fun ones. Okay, so this started off a downside setup. And so you went down 6%. And then it flipped in favor of bulls. It was expanding, bearish, flipped in favor of bulls. And then I'll just measure it from this wick low. And then you made a new high. So you went up, so you went down 6%, you went up 11%. So 17% in total. And then you went down. And then this whole downside move has just reset 5-day BBWP. That was measured wrong. It's about 13%. We'll be accurate here though. 13.5%. So telling you that really honestly, even in the midst of a new high, you still have just been kind of chopping low key. So that's why it's been feeling this way. I know you have made a high, so it's like you still really are, like, you are bullish and you are in a bull market, but this isn't like the fun price action that we all know that you just keep going up. You know, the music doesn't stop, kind of like here, it just doesn't stop. So it's really, it has been pretty choppy actually. And the 2-week will show that better. It's kind of just been like after that wick high, these 2 wick highs, it's just been kind of not fun. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 2-week candles, 10 weeks. It's terrible. So yeah. The point is, you know, you still have all these very high time frame volatility setups brewing. And even so, the daily is, yes, maybe expanding, maybe we'll get confirmed, but that's why you need to see bulls actually hold here. Because what I just showed on the 5-day, you very easily can get a BBWP expansion to the upside, hit resistance or support, and then it actually flips in favor of bulls and bears. And the 5-day showed that pretty nicely. You get a 6% down, then an 11% move up. So it's very important to just watch where you're at, ignore the noise, and understand the region that you're at. This spot is a big area. And we talked about it. If 112,000 does get reclaimed, you will potentially have an opportunity of reaching 114,000. So nothing has crazily happened yet. You just now, as a bear, if you are a bear, which I still am until the weekly, you need this zone to actually start rejecting. I really don't need it to start going up here and then breaking out. Rather, okay, you've taken out all of the daily trend traders. And so now it's time, in my opinion, to make that move down today. And if we don't, and the weekly gets that EMA9 reclaim, 112,000 starts acting as support, then yeah, I showed this scenario where I'll quickly flip long, and that'll just play right into our tether dominance scenario here. So we'll go to Bitcoin dominance. Let's see kind of what's up with that. I've just been trading the monthly. And so it seems to me like you're rejecting the monthly EMA 21. Still, my area is the 9. So that could just mean you're going to reject the 21, move down to the EMA 34. I will say, whenever you get down to an EMA 34, this is always kind of like my last moving average before you start really dumping hard. So you should expect, if you start moving down here, some reaction. This reaction could easily get you a bullish reclaim on the lower time frames, leading to a monthly EMA9 retest. Because remember, this has been solid support the entire bull market. So for a level that strong, I would like to see it get tested. And just kind of watching the EMA9 whenever you lose it is wise. So I will just keep watching that. like I said, though, in the beginning of this month, it doesn't all need to just happen this month, this week. This can take 2 months, 3 months. It can very easily do this, chop a little bit, get the pop up, and then come down. Only way I become bullish on Bitcoin dominance is if you reclaim back above the monthly 9. Now, what would occur if you started moving down to the EMA 34? All this simply will do is line up meme line resistance with the monthly 9. Eventually, this will start moving this down to EMA 9. And while you start moving down to the last moving average I look at on the monthly, this should act as solid support. If you start getting back above 57.4% on the daily, this will just bleed into a monthly EMA 9 retest. This will always be my easy trade, so I'm watching that. Where will I stop watching the monthly 9? Well, it's very simple. If you just start losing the EMA 34, then I have to not look at the monthly 9 anymore because you've now broken down. You're out of all major moving averages, and you very well could start pushing down, causing this monthly 9 to actually move aggressively down with price. Not a good thing when you're under the 34, 21, and the 9. It's just generally either a buy or sell signal. So this on the daily is still in a sell signal. The only opium on this daily is this. You just bulls want to push up here. And we can see if BBWP or HPDR tells us anything. Oh yeah, and it does. So if you start really breaking this channel that we just drew on these wick lows, just more a visual representation of potentially the higher lows that bulls are trying to form here, then that'll be good. You just need to reclaim the daily 9. I do like even without the HPDR on the daily, you would be gauging the 9. The 9 would have told you you're going to move to the 21. That just lines up with the median. Reclaim the median right at the 38.2%. Reclaim the EMA 21, you'll get a nice move up to the 34. So, I mean, moving averages do work pretty nicely. So in this perspective, if you start breaking down, right? If you just draw this for yourself, start breaking down, you know this is right where the 38.2% is. Break down, retest, and then specifically take this low out, then you're now in a breakdown. And then you'll target that 57.4% again. And then again, remember, that'll line up with potentially our EMA 34 in the monthly getting tested. So then maybe this meme line won't work and you'll actually overshoot on the monthly. But then that's why we still watch that EMA 34. And the monthly HBDR is still in a breakdown. So it's not bullish. And even wanting a bearish retest of the monthly 9, that's not a bullish scenario by any means. And losing the monthly 9 after holding it this entire bull market is very telling. So should be no surprise if this does make its move to the EMA 34, and even if it doesn't hold it. But I will say, I mean, once you do often make your move down, you come down to the, maybe 4% more, 3.8% more. This is often when people forget about the EMA 9, and then it just lines up with volatility and liquidity, moving up on the daily, big move up, and then you come down. So then I could just line up with like a daily EMA 100 retest. So you can just see that. And that'll actually line up nicely with your EMA 9 idea on the monthly, because, well, the really dump bull started really once you lost this EMA 100 on the daily. You just start to break down. EMA 34 you can't break, so you're not going to test the EMA 100. But if, let's say, you do start bouncing really hard from here, well, you now on the daily have an area of interest where ideally if you move up, this will reject. That'll line up really nicely with your monthly 9. So just an idea. Personally, though, Bitcoin dominance is very tricky. This is not a clean chart. You're just going to be within a moving average range, and your 34 is your extremity low, and your monthly 9 is now your high, and you're kind of getting that mid-range on your 21. That's why it's not very clear. It could easily do this before it's all over and then roll over. Again, just the only way I'll turn bearish is if you do like this, and then start rejecting, losing 57.4%, and also that monthly EMA 34. So in summary, we're right into resistance on Bitcoin. It's taken out my stops. You know, it's been fun this month, but I'm still watching very carefully. I'm not, you know, giving into a few green candles. I have my metrics. So 112,000 is the spot today. If bears are going to pick up, you really aren't going to see that get reclaimed on a daily. So you've moved up, you've hit resistance. You're either going to start seeing 114,200 get reclaimed, giving you bias of consolidation, maybe a wick low, maybe testing that EMA 34. But then that, if it does get reclaimed on a daily close, you shouldn't really see it get lost. Now, if you start rejecting here and moving down, $112,000 is my spot. I need that to just hold for bulls. If you start losing $112,000, big concern, I think we'll go all the way down to 110,600, where that has been proven as major support. And that's right where the daily EMA 100 is. So that should at least then be tested. If you lose that, that'll be your confirmation of the SMA 200 retest again idea. Which is slowly moving up. That's at $102,000 now. And you can't talk about a daily SMA 200 as long as, well, really the daily's trend shifted. You're now potentially about to reclaim above the EMA 34, all while the EMA 100 is not getting lost. So that's why today, if you're bearish, you need to see actually bears pick up and like get a sell-off here before today, leading to Tether dominance getting a nice buyback and not losing 4.4%. It's a very important spot today because you still haven't lost it. And so if you lose it and you're now in a fresh downtrend, this tells me that there's absolutely no FOMO to long right now. Simply wait for the closings today, watch your levels and play trend. You will then get a lower high, a fresh lower high, which then will most likely give you a higher low on Bitcoin, which then can easily help you position. That way, then you're not positioning right at resistance. Because remember, anything can happen on the daily. It's really going to be dependent on the weekly and the 2 week. And that's kind of what I've been saying since we got this new weekly candle. I'm just watching the weekly and the 2 week. CME just freshly lost its weekly. You lost it. You've rallied up. This was resistance. So yes, you've come up a little past that. But that's why I'm still gauging this area. When you're trading a weekly, it can become a little difficult because anything can happen. But that's still my perspective. 4 days on spot and 2 days on CME. If you start seeing this weekly EMA 9 get reclaimed, no need to overcomplicate things. We get busting action moves once you reclaim a weekly EMA 9. Each time. That just is what happens. So there's no reason at all to complicate that. If you're bearish, then the weekly 9 is your spot that you need to consistently see get lost. And well, if you get reclaims and you hold it, you're potentially going to have an all-time high within next month. Granted, you break 116,000. So watch that zone. We're at resistance now. I'm going to be watching this very carefully. And I would not recommend, trading lower time frames on this at all. Like an hourly, I wouldn't be looking at this on an hourly. Rather, I'd just be waiting on a daily. Wait and watch the daily and see if this actually rejects or reclaims, because that'll be a very telling zone. So that's all I have on Bitcoin.
Alrighty, I will share my screen. Let's go to the daily on Bitcoin. That's what I'm going to start with. A nice little pumpski. Very, very, very sad to see this because I was if you guys remember, I had a 150x long, but I used just a tad bit too much leverage and I got liquidated right over here around like $111,000. Basically, the exact bottom of this candle wick I got liquidated at, and it just started shooting up. I only put $200 into it, which is why I didn't put a stop loss. My stop loss was liquidation because this was purely a gamble trade, wasn't actually like a serious trade. But I would have been up so much right now. That would be, oh my god, from 111.3, 150x on that. I would have been up over 300% right now. That
Your one hit wonder trade right there. God,
just makes me so salty to see that. But right now.
Welcome to this range, brother. It's been Not fun.
If I literally just used 130x instead of 150x, I would have stayed alive.
And that's the thing with high leverage trading. I mean, you just have to be right on timing, understand that if you are going to range, high leverage trading is not your friend. 10x in this
Yeah.
range, that would have been easy, right? That's just kindergarten trading.
Even 50x would have been easy.
Easy, but yeah, when you're doing like 150x, 100x, like I'm doing, yeah, it does
Yeah, that's
matter.
why for those I only put in like 100 to 200 bucks, maybe 300, because I already consider it gone.
Yeah,
If you were to do anything else, that's what leads you to poverty.
yeah, exactly. Or
'Cause
stop loss for your friend
I
based
see
on.
people using significant amounts of money. Like you guys know, I will not mention on live because he might be watching, but a certain somebody uses a very scary amount of leverage and puts actual size into it. Well, actual size for him, like thousands of dollars. Kind of retarded. Kind of low key retarded.
Oh,
Well, on the daily, we're getting momentum flipping back up, getting back over the moving average. Volatility is just now getting into an expansion phase, and we're freshly getting over the median on this candle. On the previous candle, we closed slightly below it, and then the median moved up, which would have made probabilities of testing 38.2%, but probabilities are not certainties. So this is one of those times where you see the 61.8% chance fail, and you get the 38.2% chance of going in the opposite way. 38.2% is basically 1 out of every 3 times, which is not that bad odds. Right now, our target is going to be this 38.2%, which is going to be our first level of resistance. Right now, that's at about $115,380, $115,400, which is also testing this previous breakdown area. High probability that you are at the very least going to slightly reject this area, even if you are going to be bullish. But I personally don't think it's going to stop here. I think it's going to go at least somewhere around this 50%, which is around 116,600, 116,500. My TP on my long was at $116,000, and I would have been so happy to wake up to see this if only I hadn't gotten liquidated. That sucks. I'm very salty. I also bought a Powerball ticket, and I stayed up until the numbers were announced, and I did not get a single matching number. Last time I buy a lottery ticket,
you did what?
I
You
bought a
got,
Powerball ticket in Texas, in Houston.
oh wow. Were you close?
Nope, not even close. Not one number matched.
Bro, imagine you won. That'd be fucking insane.
We all got one. Me, my brother, everyone who went got one, and none of us got a single number to match. If you could get even one number to match, you get like $50.
You guys are
Didn't get a single number.
the minor. You're about to strike it.
Yeah, about to get it. Got to keep buying lottos.
That's crazy. Stick to the
On the
100x trades, buddy. Stick
Yeah,
to
that's
the.
more fun. That's more fun. At least I have a better chance versus
Oh.
just burning the money by buying lottos,
And people do that
Powerballs.
week by week. I know someone, an old head that does that week by week. Makes no
It's
sense.
so retarded. Literally, just put that money into a bluffing account, run it at 150x, and at least you'll have a better chance.
Trade headlines. Y'all have a better chance even on there. So
Yeah, trade the CPI. You'll be okay. On the 4 hour, we're getting momentum flipping almost into the bullish control zone. It's right at the edge of the bullish control zone. Volatility is in the expansion phase, and the jewel has lost the sell signal and flipped into a neutral and is now starting to curve back around. 4 hours now getting over the 38.2%, getting over the 50%, and getting over the 200 SMA. The 200 SMA was our last point of rejection on our last major high of around $117,000, and was the area where we bearish retested whenever we initially broke down from around $118,000. So it's very significant if we do get a close over that 200 SMA. What it will trigger for me if we get a close over the 200, especially the 50%, is I'd be looking for a back test of that 200, and that would be to be used as a spring. I personally wouldn't really see the risk reward being in favor of taking that long, but it would be logical to along a retest of this. The only reason I wouldn't is because the stop loss would be a little wide. It'd be at this wick low at around 112,068, but it should give you a bounce from here into at least around 116 to 116.5. So let's see what the measurement is. That's around, what is that? 1.51% against you versus 116.5. Like 2.4. So slightly more reward versus the risk, but not one that I would say is worth taking. Let's go to the daily and 2-day. 2-day is also flipping back up on momentum. 2-day is putting in from this point. Nope. Let's zoom in a little bit. No, I made a lower low. No divergence. And the 2-day is now getting over the 21 EMA and getting over the median. 21 and the median are basically lined up with each other right now. Telling you that if you get a close over this median, you're very, very likely going to go towards that 38.2%, which is going to move. But right now it's sitting at $118,600. Lines up pretty closely, I believe, with Alex's meme line around $118,000. What was your meme line at?
Yeah, so I have my meme line is you break 114,200, you go to 115,949, so 116,000. And then once you break 116,000, nothing stops price from making a new all-time high.
Okay.
So
That
what's
makes
your
sense.
extremities at 118,000?
I have around 116.5 and then above there new all-time highs.
Yeah, and you see like on CME, I have a 116.1, and then my extremities 119,400 on CME. So that kind of lines up a little closer with your daily.
Yeah, it's a six-figure number, so it's only a fraction of a percent. So it's close enough.
Yeah, when you put it like that. Yeah, good point. Good point. But yeah, fun times.
2-day Jewel is not flipping over into a buy signal in the bearish control zone. This should have some pretty respectable results. Let's mark this off. Let's take the actual buy signal in the bearish control zone. This was buy signal out of the bearish control zone. Excuse me. Was it? I'll just throw it in. It's close enough. All right. Wow, that was a massive move. Initially about 4%, then 25%, and then 76%. This was January. This was during the inauguration, I believe. This one, even though it made a lower high, it still bounced at 5.7%. This is what I kind of think is going to happen right now. Get a decent bounce and then make a lower high and then come back down. And the target for that is the daily 200 SMA, which I'll show you after we get this measurement. Because the daily SMA 200 is moving up ever so slightly with every day close. Initially 4.8%, and then 15%. About 7.63%. This is one of the bigger ones. Initially about 7.98%, and then 40%. Come on. And let's measure this one. From the open, we are currently up 2.7%. We're taking about 5% or 4%. Let's see. 4% move brings us right to around $116,500. 116.3 to 116.5. Very interesting. Now let's take it 15%. 15% brings us to new all-time highs at $128,000. So if we do anything more than the minimum move of around 4%, the probability is very high that we're going to go to new all-time highs. That's very interesting. I don't think that's going to happen. I think we'll get the 4% move personally, but that's just Just a personal opinion, not based on too much fact other than in the higher time frame. Go to the weekly. The higher time frame taking out this major bottom. And right now, the 38.2% is a little bit above that $116,000 area. It's at around $117,900, $118,000, a little bit more confluence for that $118,000 area. But the weekly bottom, 38.2%, is going to be resistance after losing it. Okay, now we go into the 5-day. Now for this, we'll switch into the index. 5-day is now once again reclaiming our 9 EMA. On the 5-day, there is a long trigger. If the 5-day reclaims the 9 EMA, there is a strategy that activates a long, and then you close the long whenever you lose the 9 EMA. So if you would have taken this long here, you would have entered in around about $94,000, and you would have been long until held it until this point here. You would have closed this long at 115.4. That's pretty good. That's a move of $6,000. Let's find another example. Okay, over here, you would have entered this long after closing over the 9 EMA. Also, whenever you get to the 9 EMA, you would also want to bid that and close it if you close under the 9 EMA. So you would have bid this as well. Around first, your entry would have been 63,000. Your next one would have been around 60,000. And you would have been in this long until this candle here. We can close under it, and you would have closed at 92,000. That's pretty fucking good. That's like a $30,000 move. Let's look at another example. Over here, you would have closed long at about 42,000, 42.9. Would have added to the long at the 9 EMA at around 41,000, 41.8. And then you would have closed this long here after you close below the 9, and that is at about 63,000. That's like a 50% move. Pretty crazy. Let's find another example. Here, you would have longed after the close over the 9 EMA. This one was at around $28,400, and then you would have closed this long. Where's the 9? Oh wow, the $41,000. That's almost that's like an 80%, 85% move. Here's a failure right here. You ended up closing over the 9. You got to move up to around you would have longed at 27.5, and then you got to move to around 28.3, and you got to close below the 9 here. So you would have closed this long for a slight loss, but then you would have longed again once you closed over this 9. And that one worked out significantly. Let's look for another one. This one here, you would have longed the reclaim of the 9. This was at about $25,000. You would have closed here, which was at about $28,000. Another win. I think you guys get the point. Let's go back. So long story short, closing over this 9 EMA in 2 days and 10 hours at about $113,900 would be very significant for price action. It would take you at a minimum towards this median, which is around $123,000, right along our current all-time highs. But I do think it's going to go significantly higher than that. And I think it's going to go to this 38.2% somewhere or wherever that is at the time. Right now, it's at about $138,800. It's going to come down to whether we close over this 9 EMA or not. Right now, momentum on the 5-day is freshly getting back up to the over the moving average. Volatility is currently contracting, but momentum flipping back up is pretty significant. If you were to look when momentum flipped back up in this area, it was last time was right around here at around $105,000, and we went to new all-time highs. The previous time we flipped back up, momentum was right over here. This was at the bottom at $74,000, and we went to new all-time highs. Let's go to another example. Right over here, we flip back up momentum. This was literally the bottom in September at around $53,000. And from there, we went to all-time highs. Another example, this one provided a very decent bounce. This was how much of a bounce? Let's see, 23, 24%. That would take us to new all-time highs. Here's another example. This one also a pretty significant bounce. Let's see, almost 20%, 19.5%. That would take us basically to new all-time highs. Right now, there is a bearish cross with the pink crossing below the yellow. This is also leading my bias that will likely make it lower high and then end up making a lower low from there. Weekly is currently flipped to the downside of momentum, very close to flipping back up, however. And if the weekly does flip back up, it will put in hidden bullish divergence because we are making lower lows on momentum with a higher low on price action. This low is at about $101,000, and this low currently is at about $108,000. Right now, to confirm that bullish divergence, we would need to get any close over about 113,421. This will close in about 4 days. If you do get that close, that will confirm the hidden bullish divergence and give you a target of the median, wherever it is at the time. Right now, it's sitting at around $128,000, very close to my beam line. 2-week is also very close to flipping back up. 2-week is also putting in possible hidden bullish divergence. That will confirm with any close over about 117,622. That will also give you an easy target of the median, also very close to my meme line, right around $129,000. Monthly is currently freshly flipped back up on momentum. Monthly is also putting in many drives of hidden bullish divergence. Monthly is a little bit more difficult to confirm. It will confirm with any close over 127,277, and that gives you a target somewhere around the top 38.2%, wherever it is at the time. This is very likely going to move on this monthly close. Right now, it's sitting at 192. I think it's probably going to move somewhere around maybe 160, because that's the number that's been coming up on the RSI targets for a long time. Jewel still giving you a buy signal. It maintained a buy signal on this monthly close that we just had in August, and it's now giving you a second period of that buy signal. And the Jewel's putting in hidden bullish divergence by taking out this previous low, while price made a higher low. So you have hidden bullish divergence on the monthly on basically every one of your momentum oscillators. But it's possible divergence. It's not confirmed. And we'll go into the RSI. Come on. Did I move it? No. All right. Monthly still got hidden bullish divergence active by mid taking out this low on momentum while price made a higher low. This will be active as long as you're closing over about $107,412. And your next target on that will be somewhere the simple moving average, which is going to be your easy target, and that's currently sitting at about 117.8. So maybe that 117 to $118,000 area will be the retest. But if we take out the previous lower high, I'm gonna start shifting my bias from making a lower low to making new all-time highs. So it's very key for bears to keep it below that previous lower high. There is possible current monthly bearish divergence on the other hand, because you have a high, you have a high on momentum, you have a higher high on price, lower high on momentum, higher high on price, another lower high on momentum. So right now you have possible 3 drives with bearish divergence, and that will confirm with once again with invalidating the hidden bullish divergence, and that's a close below 107,412. And if you do close below 107,412, your minimum target is going to be the edge of the bullish control zone, which right now sits at about $95,000. That would be quite scary. Now we will go to, actually I'll do it here, have list, Tether dominance. Tether still has active hidden bearish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing below about 4.95%. Your easy target is going to be this 100 EMA. Right now, you also have another drive possible of hidden bearish divergence because you've made another lower high on price and a higher high on momentum, and that will confirm with any close below about 3.96%. Right now, your RSI target is the bearish control zone, which is about 3.26%, very close to this 100. And momentum on the monthly is currently very close to extreme lows, so at around 16%, 1% off from extreme lows. 2-week currently also has hidden bearish divergence, which will be active as long as you're closing below 4.57%. Your next target is the bearish control zone at about 3.3%. And volatility is at extreme lows, extreme lows, and it's freshly in an expansion state because it's ever so slightly above that moving average. Hidden bearish divergence with volatility expansion is very interesting. Weekly is now forming a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence, which will confirm in 4 days and 10 hours, and this will confirm with any close below 4.37%. And this will give you an RSI target of somewhere around the bearish control zone, which is at 4.14%. 2-day currently has 3 drives of hidden bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below 4.53%. Your next target is the neutral zone, which currently sits at about 4.17%. But with volatility now at 0%, what's more likely is the bearish control zone, which sits at about 3.79%. So it's very close to that monthly 100. Nothing on there. And we are currently forming possible bullish divergence on the 4-hour because we are making lower lows on price with a higher low on momentum. This will confirm with any close over 4.41%. And if you do confirm that divergence, I'll give you an easy target of the neutral zone. It's slightly higher at 4.45%, and then the bullish control zone, which is a little bit more likely, that it's at about 4.56%. Right now, volatility is freshly expanding from extreme lows with this move to the downside. Right now, we're very close to losing this 200 SMA, and if we do lose the 200, that will be very significant because this has held this strong support. And the last time we lost it, we got another little dumpski afterwards. When we lost it over here, we got a significant dumpski from there. Let's go to Bitcoin. Bitcoin on the 2-week currently has 3 drives of regular bearish divergence, which will be active as long as you're closing below 117,622. And your next target on the divergence is going to be this reset neutral zone, which right now is at about $94,000. That number comes up again. The volatility is currently contracting with the bearish divergence, which is hopium. Weekly is currently about to put in, interesting, I hadn't seen this before, about to put in a 3rd drive of hidden bullish divergence. This will confirm with any close over about 113,421. So this is also has the same hidden bullish divergence that the HPDR momentum has. And the easy target off of this divergence is going to be the bullish control zone, which right now is at about $120,000. And the next level is the simple moving average, which I do think is quite likely if this divergence confirms. That's at $135,000. That 130 area keeps reappearing, coming back up. This will confirm in about 4 days. And volatility is at extreme lows with that hidden bullish divergence forming. 5 days, also forming a 3rd drive of hidden bullish divergence. This will confirm with any close over about 113,421. That'll give you an easy target of the simple moving average, which right now is at about 119.6. Interesting then, same $120,000 level. And then the critical zone right now sits at about 162. This is a lot of where my 160 bias comes from for that 38.2% to move from. That is one of our RSI targets. And right now, volatility is at 3 periods of 0% with hidden bullish divergence forming. Seems like another one of those 5-day setups that's appearing to bust to the upside. Only confirmation is going to be if this divergence confirms. Because if this doesn't confirm, it's likely going to be one of those expansions to the downside. 2-day currently has regular bullish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below about 109,385. And your next target on that divergence is the neutral zone, which right now is at about 118.4. And volatility at extreme lows, and there's a buy signal on the jewel. Daily, nothing. 4-hour, nothing. 4-hour hidden bearish divergence, but it has been invalidated. Let's go into the momentum now. Actually, it's going to one more over time frame. Come on. hidden bullish, 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence on the 2-hour. This will be active as long as you're closing over 112. And your next target is this critical zone, which right now is at about 120. Interesting. Monthly momentum is currently freshly flipped to the upside with volatility at extreme lows, and it's going to be flipped up with hidden bullish divergence as long as you're closing over 102,450. 2-week is currently also freshly flipped up with volatility at extreme lows, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 117,100, which we are currently below. This flipping back down would be quite significant. Weekly is currently flipped down with volatility at extreme lows, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're below $119,500. And right now you are at the edge of the bullish control zone, or you're projected on this next open to be at the edge of the bullish control zone. So on this next open, if this pivot doesn't go down, it's going to further increase the probability that the volatility is going to expand to the downside. And right now, if volatility does start expanding, it would favor the downside because momentum is pointed down as long as you're below 119,500. So the bull's hopium is that price just grinds out a higher low somewhere around here while momentum makes its way down to the bearish control zone and then flips back up from there. And if that happens, then I'm going to be shifting basically into Omega bullish. 5 days also currently flips to the downside with volatility at 2 periods of 0%, and it's currently flipped down as long as you're below 120,750. And on this next open, you're projected to be very close to the edge, basically at the edge of the bearish control zone. So same idea, this pivot needs to come down, otherwise it's almost certainly going to apply to the downside. Bull's hopium is to just grind out somewhere around here, close over this 9 EMA, on this next open, come back to retest it while momentum makes its way down and then flips back up from below. 2 days currently freshly flipped up with a derp of life, and you're going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 108,550. And you have volatility now at extreme lows. So if volatility does start expanding, the 2-day setup would favor the upside. You see the last derp of life we had. The last derp of life was right over here. We got a nice move to the upside. We made an ever so slightly new all-time, did we? I think we did. 109, 354, 10, yeah, we made an ever so slightly new all-time high, and then we started dumping. Let's see, the time before that, we had a derp of life. We made a new all-time high also. Derp of life right here, new all-time high. Derp of life right here, new all-time high. Oh, no, not a new all-time high, but new cycle high. Seems to be quite significant to get momentum flipping back up from the bearish control zone with a derp of life. Daily is also flipped to the upside with volatility freshly expanding from extreme lows, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 109,750. Even the 4-hour is freshly flipped back up, rejecting the bearish control zone with volatility expansion, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over $111,500. So in the higher time frames, Bitcoin is looking very bullish with volatility at extreme lows. Monthly has hidden bullish divergence currently active. It's going to be flipped up as long as you're over $102,500. But on the other hand, you do have possible regular bearish divergence, 3 drives on the monthly, which will be confirmed with any close below about 107,412. And if that does happen, you will have a minimum move down to somewhere around $94,000 to $95,000. It is possible at that point to put in a higher low, sweep the previous $98,000 low, but you would need a very strong bounce from $94,000, preferably closing over around at least $100,000. But I'd prefer to see a close over 107. And if that does happen, also that would switch me over to being extremely bullish because all of our divergences would still be active on the higher time frames, and momentum would still be flipped up on the monthly. And then from there, you likely go to all-time highs. It's a lot less likely than not taking out that $98,000 low, but it's still possible. And on the 2-week, we currently have momentum freshly flipping back up, volatility at extreme lows, We have on the weekly, it is currently flipped down. 5-day is currently flipped down. Both have extreme lows on volatility. Volatility setups primed, and if volatility does start expanding from here, those would probability-wise apply to the downside. Momentum starts flipping back up on the 2-day and the daily, with volatility set up on the 2-day, and flipping back up momentum all the way down to the 4-hour with the volatility expansion, which just tell me that we're very likely going to go at least a little bit higher from here to my original target of somewhere around $116,000. So 116 to 116.5. As long as you are not like massively rejecting that area and not like going below 114, it is looking good for continuation. If you reject and go below 114, then almost certainly you're going to go down to that daily 200, which is right now at, let's see, at about $102,000, ever so slightly rising up with every single close, getting close to my mean line. And right now, whenever we do have a silver cross to the downside, we almost always eventually come to test the 200. But right now, we are very close to invalidating the silver cross. And if we do close over this 55 EMA, the silver cross will be invalidated. And then I'm going to be less on the idea that we're going to come down to this 200. So it's really going to come down to today's daily close, the next 5-day close, and the weekly close to where those pivots go to. And based on where those pivots move, that's going to tell you what likely what's going to happen in the short term. Because if those pivots don't go significantly down, it's very likely that those volatility setups are going to apply to the downside. Right now, I'm thinking, because based on low time frame momentum being up, that will go towards somewhere around 116, 116.5. If you can get a daily close over 116.5, then I do think it's very likely that we're going to go at least test current all-time highs, if not new all-time highs. But my personal bias, not really based off of much, is that we'll reject 116.5, come back down a little bit to at least retest 114. If we lose 114, then I'm going to say we're coming down to this 200. But if we're going to be bullish, we'll slightly reject 116.5, maybe retest 114, and from there blast into somewhere around 120, maybe a slight rejection there, and from there to new all-time highs. And the invalidation right now is going to be, let's see, it's just any tick below about 93,450, or the weekly close below 98,330. Either one of those two things, and I think we're going to minimum come down to somewhere around, bounce at this 55 EMA at around $95,000, and then probably going to test this meme line somewhere around the 80s, if not this 100 EMA eventually, which is currently at $81,000. I'm not necessarily going to say that we're in a bear market at that point, but I just don't think we're going to be going to new all-time highs for a good amount of time. I don't think that's going to happen. I think somewhere around 116.5, maybe reject, come down a little bit, 114. If we can bounce there, then I think we'll go to new all-time highs. Lose 114, I think we're going to come down to $95,000. Basically, that and the invalidation for getting this move to 116 is going to be any 4-hour close below about 110,770. That would be the invalidation of the short-term bullishness to about 116. And if we do get that close, I do think we're going to come back down to that daily 200 at around $102,000.
Thank you very much, senor. Much appreciated. I got a little sum for you, which is what I've been trading off. This was super easy. Number one, love me some Bitcoin going like this. This type of consolidation, in my view, is a continuation to the downside move that already came from here.
Stair step up, elevator down.
Yeah. So when it goes like this, when the flag is formed like this, to the upside. When the flag is formed like this, to the downside. And that's what I'm playing myself. And this range has been fucking excellent, because for technical traders, if we just study everything, it's telling us that we should be topping right here. That if we go above 15,600, then it's not going to stop until 17,470, and then from there, $18,000, etc. I just think it's simply like this.
What number is that line?
Which one? This one?
The top one?
This one is 112, 200.
The top one?
This one is 116, 200.
I have basically the same level.
Now, I think it's going to play it dirty. I think this could go to the almost 17, even to 117, 500. Make a little higher high than this one, but not than these, and then dump. That would be the most Bitcoin thing. So what I'm doing is I'm flipping from all the longs that I've been fucking squeezing that money out of. It's I love this fucking range. And now I'm flipping short, but I'm not flipping short here. I'm flipping short starting at 116, 469 for the culture. And the next one, 115, 469. And the second one, 116, 669.
I'm going to max short at around 116.3. And my stop loss is going to be the same one you just pointed out.
Yeah. But I'm just playing two sides of this. I'm playing the side of maybe this will pretend to go here, which is a number that you and I both have in the 115, 880s and go down. So I'm getting a little I'm front running this a little bit here. And then I'm also getting a little bit more of an entry up here. So this is my range of entry on two entries.
That's
period. Just in case. I mean, like I said, I'm expecting it to go to 117. Nothing has changed from what I said before, because that's the move that is next. Right now, we got rid of, like, it's been getting rid of longs, of shorts. That's what it's been doing. So that the big move for the shorts that were in place, everybody's out except for the last few people that get in that make no sense. And that's what I think it's going now. Because before was getting rid of longs with this, then it's getting rid of shorts. And that means if you're getting rid of shorts, that's where you're going to go. And it's baiting longs right now, right here at 114. Just wait. Maybe it'll give us a little setback to 113s and then go here, wait a little bit, and then go up so that it can eliminate, like, all these longs are going to think, yeah, we fucking nailed it. We got it. We're going to all-time highs. I like the psychology of it. That's how I play the economy thing, and it works pretty well. The psychology of the chart, too. We think these prices that we're seeing are meant by a free market and are made by a free market, but it's basically it's obviously playing against people and technical traders. It really is, because that's where I've been right this time. Just playing on, all right, technically we need to go here, therefore we're not. That's been working out so great for me right now, which sounds crazy, but
that's only though, like, that's how bull markets are. And then I believe, you guys correct me if I'm wrong, bear markets are very, like, TA appreciative, like, very to the book.
So, clean bearish retests and then dumpsters.
Yeah, super easy on that sense. So let's motherfucking see if this really works out, or if we just go to all-time highs and fuck everything.
That would be funny if we just shoot into 130s.
I personally think the funniest thing that could possibly happen is what's going to happen. And I think the funniest thing that could happen is the Fed and the banks really lower rates. And that causes the black swan. That causes the housing market to plummet. Because there's no money printing. They're just cutting rates. And then when they cut rates, they'll restrict credit just like they did in 2008. That would be the funniest fucking thing in the world. Everybody's like, fuck yeah, my house is going to go up in price. And fuck you, buddy, you're poor. And the same thing with the stock market. It's kind of like, again, getting into now that Trump's president, there's no way the stock market's going to go down. And then what's the first thing the stock market did? It went down. I think we're entering that right now with the Fed. We have a bull moon, which means top. I believe it's on the 19th of this month. Or 21st, and we have the Fed meeting on the 17th. Yeah. And also in 2008, it was exactly around this time when they cut rates, and the stock market by then, or October, it took a massive shit. So It's kind of lining up all very pretty right now.
It's an interesting perspective. Makes a lot of sense.
Maybe, right? Maybe. We got Hood next, and then your favorite drink company, Celsius, Farhan. So whatever you want to do.
Which one would Alex like to do?
I'll do Robin Hood.
Robin the Hood.
I'll take the shitty energy drink.
Perfect, my man.
I'll grab myself a Coke Zero. Sorry, RF.
How dare you? This is not what you're supposed to be drinking. I haven't heard his voice in a long time, so I might be a little lost on how he sounds.
Hang in there, Mr. RFK. Please don't die on us.
Dude, when he was like running for president, I was like, who wants to hear this every day on TV? This is
like
torture.
Nails on a chalkboard.
Yeah, it's so terrible. So terrible. Man, you're an alien. Tell the aliens to fix your voice. They can't do it. Stop playing dumb. Stop.
The pedophile lizards can do it.
Exactly. Look at that. Look at that girl. What a beautiful girl.
Luna says, "Hola."
She says, meow. I can speak Catanese.
At 5 in the morning.
Oh, yeah. Okay. She'll go to your door and claw on it and meow until you open it for food.
Oh yeah. What a good girl. Just like Vinny. Except Vinny comes and slaps the fuck out. Dude, Vinny kicks like Jean-Claude Van Damme. I call him Van Damme. And Belen was giving him rubs the other day on the couch, and he was like on his back, and on his back is when he kicks. And as he's laying on his back, and Belen's like next to him and like giving him rubs and whatnot, he flips all of a sudden like towards her with his legs, and he kicked the fuck out of her. She launched backwards. His legs are just all muscle, and I just couldn't do anything. She was like, "Oh, my chest!" I couldn't stop laughing. I felt so bad, but it was one of the funniest things I've ever seen. I've never seen a dog kick someone and sending him flying through the air.
Like a kitty. The kitties do that. The ninja kicks with their claws. They like doing that when they're playing.
Yes, but they weigh nothing. They can't move you.
Yeah.
But look at Vinny. That's a motherfucking piece of muscle on a dog.
He's a big boy. Oh, he is a very big boy. Yeah.
Vinny should join the MMA, the UFC with those type of kicks.
Yeah. What a good boy he is. Love fucking these animals are the best. All righty. Let's get to this. Estamos viendo Bitcoin, damas y caballeros. Los tengo en la diaria en este momento. Este rango ha sido delicioso para mí. Delicioso, delicioso, delicioso. Sobre todo en los últimos 112 a 110. Esto lo hemos jugado acá como campeones y dijimos, nos vamos a ir a long de acá porque nos están baiteando, nos están sacando. Recuerden, en este movimiento del jueves al viernes, ¿qué hicieron? Eliminaron a los cortos. De este movimiento de acá a acá, eliminaron a los largos. De acá a acá, eliminaron a los cortos, eliminaron eliminaron a los largos. De aquí a acá, eliminaron a los cortos. De aquí a acá, eliminaron a los largos. Y era obvio que lo que seguiría es eliminar a los cortos, por lo que nos fuimos long acá. Ahorita Ramón y Canito me estaban diciendo que está jugando tal cual dijimos a los 114, etcétera. Tal cual. Le he estado sacando jugo a este rango delicioso. Y ahora estamos acá. Lo que seguía para mí y lo que sigo sin cambiar de opinión es, vamos a venir a esta zona, rechazar, venir acá y caer hasta los 101,900 mínimo. Es lo que yo estaría esperando en este momento. ¿Y cómo voy a jugar esto? Para todos ustedes que tengan la curiosidad, y ahora este es mi juego, no el de Farhan y el de Alex, obviamente ellos les van a mandar las señales, así que tómenlo por lo que es, soy un pendejo y recuerden que compré Bitcoin en $150,000 en el último ciclo cuando solo llegó a 69 y luego lo vendí pagué por venderlo, así que no me hagan caso para nada, por favor, ya saben, solamente les estoy contando mis estupideces. Personalmente voy a entrar en 115, no, perdón, eso es un poco más arriba. En 115, no, sí, 115,669, acá, en esta zona, 115,669, más o menos por acá. Aquí es mi rango la primera entrada, solo lo voy a hacer en 2 entradas. Y mi segundo es 116,469. Acá, este cuadro. ¿Ok? ¿Por qué? Porque este movimiento pendejo de acá a acá, hay mucha gente que esperaría la perfección acá, en los 116,200, con esta línea meme perfectamente dibujada. Ahí es donde esperarían. Puede que te haga el front run por lo que estoy poniendo abajo y puede que te haga lo cruza para que hacer que todo el mundo piense que esto se va a ir a máximos históricos, por lo que también tengo esta entrada. Estas dos entradas juntas forman mi posición, o si agarra una, perfecto, agarra las dos, perfecto. ¿Dónde estoy equivocado en mi tesis? Si llegamos a cruzar los 118. 118, por acá más o menos, eso ya la cagué y olvídenlo. Ahí yo me quedaría fuera de esa jugada. Y lo veo porque mi zona de fricción, que está acá, recuerden que me fascinan estas. ¿Dónde está? En los 117,500. Yo creo que el precio puede llegar hasta ahí, pero le voy a hacer un front run, me da igual. No voy a jugar a entrar solamente aquí si no entra, porque yo creo que este movimiento agresivo va a ser potente a la baja. ¿Por qué? Les he dicho 1000 veces, me encanta ver Bitcoin consolidar así. Esto es alcista, cuando consolida la bandera para abajo. ¿Qué estás haciendo en este momento? Consolidando para arriba. Cuando consolidas para arriba, como en esta situación, ¿qué ocurrió? Bolas. Continuación, volviste a consolidar alcistamente para abajo, alcistamente para abajo, alcistamente, ¿qué sigue? Para abajo. Es como yo lo veo, así de pendejo y sencillo. Y también, tal cual como me están vendiendo noticias y me están vendiendo narrativas en la tele, la tabla te vende ideas, si eres un analista técnico. Entonces, ¿qué le están vendiendo a todos los que saben leer la tabla? Porque una vez que aprendes a hacer análisis técnico, no tienes que ser un puto genio cuántico para entender. No puede pasar de este máximo. Si pasa este máximo, está jodido y el próximo máximo a llevarse van a ser los 119,300. A Bitcoin le gustan las zonas en medio de toda la chingadera. Y esas zonas, para mí, son esta línea de fricción y aquí abajito. Estas dos zonas son las que va a jugar. Entonces, voy a poner mis apuestas en ello y es como estoy básicamente tomando esto. Denme un segundo, voy a alargar esto para continuar mis rangos, poder seguir con estos potentes análisis técnicos. La neta me vale verga el análisis técnico, solamente quiero llevarme mi lana. Es todo lo que me importa en estas jugadas. Ha sido muy divertido. Estos últimos días ha jugado perfectamente. Por ende, estamos viendo en la diaria bajos con altos más altos, con bajos más bajos, con altos más bajos, con bajos más bajos, con altos más bajos, con bajos más bajos, y acá está haciendo un alto más alto que estos. Lo que te está poniendo en postura alcista, le está diciendo a todo el mundo, ve esto, ve lo agresiva de la tendencia. Y ahora, esta línea la voy a continuar hasta acá. Acá. ¿Cuándo cerraría esto? Septiembre 25. Ok, hasta septiembre 25. No voy a esperar que este movimiento pase instantáneamente, pero si trae fuerza, lo que deberíamos de ver, si estoy en lo correcto, y esto va a jugar para que sepan cómo se vería esto. Si estoy en lo correcto y esto va a jugar, digamos solamente por usemos solamente esto de ejemplo, esta línea en los 117,500, vamos a usarla como el objetivo, ¿no? Si estoy en lo correcto, vamos a dar un putazo acá en chinga, pero en putiza. Va a volver a caer acá y se va a quedar en el rango. Si hace eso y no regresa acá en días, eso fue efectivamente el tope del movimiento. Si del otro lado tengo que enseñarles cómo se vería si estoy mal. Llegamos acá y nos quedamos consolidando acá días, permitiendo que todo el mundo abra cortos, estoy equivocado y esto va a continuar para arriba. ¿Ok? Es como se comporta Bitcoin normalmente, donde no te quiere dejar quedarte. Y es a donde les digo, ¿ustedes creen que esto es un mercado libre? Me están chingando si creen que la gente misma y sus inversiones casualmente crean este tipo de patrones. Es una mamada. Entonces, acá, y es por eso que el 117,400 jugó a la perfección en mi tesis, porque literalmente son zonas donde toda la gente que es trader hecha y derecha no está volteando a ver. Y es justamente lo que está jugando esta chingadera por alguna razón. No, es que tal vez, bueno, por la coincidencia del cielo divino, ¿no? Por ahora tenemos un cruce plateado a la baja, todavía nos está dando la vuelta en la diaria y tenemos esta tendencia bajista que empieza a presentar la oportunidad alcista. Lo están viendo ahí perfectamente, ¿ok? Ok. Vamos a empezar obviamente con la trimestral en este asunto de los bitcoins y podemos ver que todavía nos quedan 20 días y 9 horas para cerrar esta tabla. Vemos que volatilidad está apuntando agresivamente a la baja, pero hasta que no cerremos, recuerden que es de aquí a acá, no cuenta. El cierre de esta vela en 20 días es la que nos va a dictar si esto es cierto o no. Por ahora, volatilidad expandiendo junto con el movimiento a la alza desde octubre 23, que fue el punto más bajo de toda la historia en la tabla de volatilidad de Bitcoin. Y ese fue el setup de jamás que nos ha llevado de acá a los $25,000 hasta los 125,000 básicamente, ¿no? Oh, bueno, está un poco más dólares más barato. Ok, hasta acá. Con eso dicho, esto está muy alcista. Altos, altos más altos, para la gente que no sepa mucho de esto, altos más altos, altos más altos, altos más altos, altos más altos y bajos más altos a través de toda la tabla. Esto pone una estructura completamente alcista sin compromisos todavía, que se parece mucho a esta. Ahora, esta llegó mucho más rápido y acabó más rápido, pero el movimiento es muy parecido. Hasta acá, solamente empujando, empujando, empujando y luego bolas es lo que debería de ocurrir. ¿Cuándo? Esa es la pregunta. ¿Y hasta dónde? Volatilidad en la mensual nos da un reseteo del punto más bajo en toda la historia. Esto nos dice que va a haber un movimiento agresivo. Seas alcista o seas bajista, vas a tener un movimiento, pero culeramente potente pronto, cuando esto decida darse la vuelta para arriba. Y aquí es donde vamos a tener esto al pendiente. Por debajo de la línea verde nos está dando los setups más fuertes de todos. Y un setup mensual de Bitcoin son ganancias de, literalmente lo están viendo acá, de acá, vean la volatilidad expandiendo, de acá a dónde fue el final. Hasta acá, un 72%. Pero puedes argumentar que eso te llevó literalmente hasta acá. 150 o hasta acá un 193%. Son movimientos potentes. No tienes que ni siquiera clavarte en cuál es el porcentaje. Son movimientos fuertes en la mensual que se vienen. Con eso dicho, tenemos nada que sea alarmante en esta vista. Ninguna de estas velas se ve toperona. La única que se ve toperona es más o menos esta. Pero no le daría el beneficio de pensar todavía que esa es nuestra vela topera. ¿Por qué? Tienes acá una vela más topera y no hizo, y solamente bajó de acá a acá. Bueno, fue lo que te dio los 73 una vez que hubo el follow through, pero después de una vela verde. Entonces, por ahora, estamos por encima del promedio del 9, que está en los 109,971, que fue lo que también me ayudó a mí a decir, güey, esto va long a menos de que rompamos esa zona, y no lo hizo. Entonces, para mí, esta tabla me ha guiado también en trades junto con la de 2 semanas y la semanal. Ahorita les voy a explicar por qué. El promedio del 9 está en los $101,000. Y ahora, no hemos tocado el promedio del 9 en 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 meses. ¿Cuál había sido el récord de antes? Lo tocamos acá. 1, 2, 3. Cuarto mes lo tocamos. Vamos a ver acá abajo la que sigue. Esta es la buena. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 meses sin tocarlo. Llevamos apenas 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Faltan 20 días y 9 horas para cerrar esta tabla, por lo que dice todavía se podría más. Pero recuerden, ese fue el principio del bull run, justamente acá. ¿Ok? Lo que nos llevó de 25, este fue con todo el poder del setup de volatilidad. ¿Ok? Que nos llevó ahí. Antes de eso, acá también, en el mismo bull run, en el principio, no lo tocamos en 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7 sesiones, lo tocamos en la octava, por lo que es 9, básicamente este movimiento de acá hasta acá, ¿no? Y desde ahí, por debajo, etcétera. Esto quiere decir que probablemente nuestro movimiento grande fue este. Y, ok, esto empieza a darme más sentido en todo esto, con esos objetivos que todo el mundo tiene y lo del dólar yéndose a la verga. Este fue tu movimiento grande con fuerza hasta, perdón, de aquí abajo hasta este toque. Este fue el equivalente a este. ¿Ok? Y fue de acá 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 y en la novena lo tocó. Y una vez más, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 y en la octava lo tocó. ¿Ok? Eso fue lo que nos dio esto. Vamos a ver exactamente cómo esto podría jugar. Vamos a ver cómo exactamente esto podría jugar, pero por ahora seguimos en postura alcista. Muy importante para todos ustedes que son alcistas, no quieren perder los 109, los 109,500, pónganle ahorita. Si pierden los 109,500, esa va a ser su primera llamada de atención y tal vez no les dé tiempo para ni vergas. Voy a continuar. 2 semanas. Y aquí ya les pongo el HPDR que tiene cosas más sensatas. El promedio del 9 en la de 2 semanas está en los 110,686. Y acá es donde yo les dije, no habíamos perdido el promedio del 9 acá, pero si lo retomamos, si lo habíamos retomado en el rango y no caemos de, esto es alcista. Por ahora, no a largo plazo. Por acá, si tienes una vela toperona, justamente en la de 2 semanas por acá, y tuviste continuación acá, esto para mí me dice que esto va a ser rechazado y caer. Hasta ahora, el trade básico y fácil que te está dando esta tabla es el promedio del 5. El promedio del 5 es esta línea verde que viene de acá y está justamente tocando la parte alta de esta vela y ahí es donde está rechazando. Y es por eso que mucha gente va a abrir un corto acá. Y lo que está haciendo, dejando el precio aquí arriba para todo el mundo, es validando la idea. Les está diciendo, claro, vengan, únete a este corto. Va a ser fenomenal. De aquí vamos para abajo y va a volver a subir hasta acá. Y va a sacar a toda esa gente que estaba ahí. Y también, una vez que estemos aquí arriba, a todos los longs los vamos a eliminar en putiza. Porque la idea es, elimina a toda la gente para hacer los movimientos grandes. Y ese es el chopeo que estamos viendo ahorita. Además de eso, tenemos también volatilidad preparando un setup por debajo del 15%. Una vez más, estos son movimientos de entre 50 y 120%. Entonces, podríamos esperar una caída hasta los 69 o una subida hasta los $160,000, básicamente. ¿No? Si eres alcista o bajista. Perdón, les iba a poner el HPDR, se lo prometí, no les di nada, brother. Ok. Tenemos nuestra media justamente en los 119,612, que sería, honestamente, esa sería la zona más hija de puta para el precio de rechazar. Porque ahí ni yo mismo me lo estoy esperando. Si llegamos a los 119,612, ahí voy a abrir otro corto. Justamente, separado del otro, donde me voy a salir en los 118. Ya me esperaría esos 116,612, porque ya no estamos en postura alcista, en mi opinión. Esta vela alcista y después tuviste la continuación instantánea y ahora esta vela va a cerrar para este fin de semana. Vamos a ver cómo cierra. Esta vela puede cerrar acá tranquilamente, haciéndonos pensar que no va a haber problema alguno, pero cualquier cierre por debajo de los 112,695 me indica que va a ser más bajista que alcista. Ahora, ¿cuáles serían los objetivos si perdemos los 110,600? Siguiente objetivo serían los $100,000. Una vez más, una zona muy importante y a la alza 119. Si llegas a romper los 119 a la alza, 145 es tu siguiente objetivo. Semanal también tienes un setup de mega volatilidad preparando por acá, volatilidad nula completa. Esto va a darnos un movimiento agresivo. Tenemos nuestro promedio del 9 justamente en los 115, 114, 941. Y es por eso que digo, puede venir a jugar tranquilamente en la semanal. Ve cuántas semanas ya perdiste el promedio del 9. No lo habías hecho acá, lo perdiste 1, 2, 3 y este sería el cuarto cierre, ¿ok? Y ahora, ¿cuándo fue la última vez que cerraste 4 veces debajo del promedio del 9? Cuando fuimos a visitar los $76,000. Antes solamente lo perdiste por 1 y antes de eso no lo habías perdido en todo el bull rally. Esta corrección fue la que te llevó para allá abajo. Tus objetivos, llegar a los 115 y rechazar, de continuar y pasar por las líneas meme. Estamos hablando de los 127, que sería un máximo histórico. ¿Cuál es el máximo histórico una vez más que se me olvida? Casi los 125, que no estaba tan perdido. Y de ahí, tu objetivo alto 143, acompañando eso de 149 en la diaria. 5 días, tenemos volatilidad nula también, preparando un movimiento agresivo. Lo mismo con el promedio del 9 en los 115, básicamente. De poder romper eso, 122 sería el siguiente objetivo. Aquí ya no estoy pensando en ese objetivo, pero ahí está para todos ustedes. Y de ser rechazado justamente donde decimos, vamos a la parte baja de la zona azul que está en 114, en 111, 111,437 y si vamos a la parte baja de la zona azul, probablemente vayamos al 61.8%, que está en los $103,000. Y ahorita van a ver por qué es importante eso. En la diaria tenemos volatilidad nula empezando a intentar subir, pero todavía está en el 14%, está por debajo del 15%. ¿Ok? Estamos ahora por encima de la media y los promedios. ¿Dónde está la parte alta de la zona azul? 116,638. Tal cual con mi objetivo para mi última entrada en esto. Y de romper, probablemente vayamos al 50%, que sean los 118,370. Y esto eliminaría la mayor cantidad de gente, incluyéndome a mí, en esto. Pero si llegas a romper esto, vas probablemente a los 120, aunque los 119 deberían de ser una resistencia bastante potente, 119,500. Y ahora, de perder los 112,600 en la diaria, siguiente objetivo va a ser tu visita de nuevo al promedio del 100 en los 110,800, pierdes los 110,800, vas a 109,463 y eso desencadenaría una caída a los 106 y de ahí más para abajo, que es lo que yo estaría esperando. La cosa es cuándo nos lo va a dar, porque este rango se va a acabar, definitivamente nos lo va a dar acá. Y tenemos hasta el 25 de septiembre en la diaria para jugar esto. El 22 de septiembre, literalmente semana y media, para ver si esto juega. Y va a depender de qué tan rápido lleguemos a este objetivo y qué tan rápido baje para saber si es alcista o bajista. Para ponerlo sencillo para todos ustedes, ahí les va. En la diaria, pierdes 110,800, vas para abajo, cabrón. Vas probablemente a los 101. ¿Quieres ser alcista? Rompe los 118. 118,500 para arriba. Es lo único que te va a hacer alcista. Este movimiento, ¿qué puede hacer? Si te quieres meter en long acá para un trade rápido, hay dos opciones. La primera, los 112,700. Y la segunda, que sería la mega ideal, 112,100. Si el precio de esto hace eso hoy, te quieres trepar porque lo que hizo fue eliminar a todos estos longs. Y acá es donde te quieres subir. Porque ahora lo que va a intentar hacer es eliminar, va a hacer baitear a los cortos para sacarlos. Y eso es lo que te va a llevar para arriba. Entonces, ¿quieres hacer un corto, un trade rápido en long? Acá, primera opción 112, segunda opción 112,700, perdón, segunda opción 112 planos. Si esto continúa a la alza, que es lo que yo pienso, y llega por acá a los 116, ahí es donde estaría la zona de corto que estamos hablando y que les he dicho una y otra vez. Entonces, pierde los 110,800. Para mí esto se acabó y vamos para abajo a los 101,000 mínimo. Y ya de ahí podemos ver qué tanto está expandiendo volatilidad, etcétera. Tienes un cruce plateado acá a la baja. Quiero ver la de 12 horas. 12 horas, 113 sería el elemento a romper. Ahora, aguantar. ¿Por qué? Esa podría ser en realidad tu primera entrada, no los 112,700. ¿Por qué 113? Tienes el promedio del 100 acá en la de 12 horas y el promedio del 100 fue resistencia y ahora lo deberías de convertir en soporte para continuar a la alza. Lo perdiste desde acá abajo, lo retesteaste, hiciste un SFP y bajó y acá esta es la oportunidad esto va a ser a fin de cuentas, en mi opinión, un gran SFP del promedio del 100, pero hasta que no pase, no pasa. Y por ahora la oportunidad es a corto plazo en long, pero empezando en los 113, bueno, 112,900 si quieres, hasta los 112,100 más o menos, que es donde está el SMA 200. Abajo de eso, olvídalo y esto va para abajo instantáneamente. Así que ahí es donde cortarías tu long. Y entrar en corto no lo haría yo acá, lo haría acá arriba. Una vez más, eso es lo que yo haría. También tenemos volatilidad expandiendo ante este movimiento ahorita déjeme ver, es más, en la de 12 horas. Bueno, falta para cerrar esta vela, ¿cuánto? 8 horas y 29 minutos. Si se queda tal cual, está confirmando expansión a la alza y esta vela cerraría a final del día. Entonces, cuando cierre tu diaria, va a cerrar esta y nos va a dar la pauta. 4 horas nos pone el SMA 200 justamente donde estamos. Para la gente que está tradeando corto plazo, acá está baiteando a los cortos. Lo está haciendo con el SMA 200. Vengan, anímense, y bolas, pendejos, para continuar con los largos, con los longs, ¿ok? Y también tienes una expansión de volatilidad que esta va a cerrar en 29 minutos En la de 4 horas y esta va a sangrar a la de 12 horas. Van a ver, esto podría llegar a extremos o simplemente hacer lo que acaba de hacer acá, un bajo más alto, más o menos por acá, en los 54%. Eso quiere decir que te dé el movimiento exactamente donde yo pienso que te lo va a dar. Por ahora está baiteando a los cortos y no vayas a caer en esa mamada. Así que ahí lo tienen, Bitcoin bastante fácil. Alex, you're doing Celsius or HUD? No, you're doing HUD, Robinhood.
Yeah, we were up in the hood.
Wow. Okay.
What a strong chart too.
Oh yeah, it's got fucking power behind it.
Truly. Yeah, the bull gods are right behind this one, just stepping it up. I mean, look at just consistent, I'm trying to get this away. Consistent weekly green candles. Pretty insane. So now what you see is you're forming a little bit of a range here, but there's really nothing of concern. And honestly, Robinhood's pretty easy. You have just two areas of interest. I like this bottom side of the range at the psychological number $100, essentially. It's a very important zone. If you start losing that $100 region, it's going to give you a deeper pullback. I do think you can then start going into that weekly EMA 21, and that's sitting right into $90. Or if you sustain a breakout like what we're seeing, you've already formed a new macro high. So at this point, you're just now watching to see if you're going to reclaim back above meme line resistance. This is at $113. So you have two zones, $100 and $113. You see one of these break, which so far it seems like 113 is breaking. You want to see this actually act as support, and then this can give you a new high. If I throw on the weekly HPDR, you can just see here, you have a level right into that $126 region. That's an area I'd be watching carefully. $126, like 130 into the new week. Next week it'll be very important to see where these ranges shift, because really so far we've just been playing pretty nicely within the HPDR. You've fallen back within the blue zone. You've come down. You reclaim back above the median. You've gotten expansion. So honestly, seeing that $113 consolidation would make a lot of sense. Could start rising that EMA 9 up, giving bulls just bullish consolidation. Oh wow, weekly volatility is creeping. It's starting to go low. You've never had a setup here reach extreme lows on the weekly. So it's just very interesting to see. Because when you see a chart like this with volatility resetting, all while it's just been going basically parabolic, that actually just plays in the bull's favor. So while in the midst of this breaking out, you're just getting volatility resetting. This is a bullish environment, which is, this once it resets could start playing in bull's hand and actually making this lift up a lot more. The monthly is nice because you can just see the last 2 months you've just been, stuck within this range. So I'm really watching carefully the weekly. I think that'll just provide you the easy area. And quickly, right? If you lose $113, then you'll most likely go back to the range lows. So no reason to overcomplicate things. It's going to be very important to watch $113 and really gauge this weekly 9, because really trend has just been super easy on this. You've just been consistently putting very shallow weekly higher lows to higher highs, higher lows, higher highs. You're in consolidation, yes, but even in the midst of that, you're still putting bullish structure on this low. The only result was an all-time high. So you've gotten that. So there really should not be any kind of aggressive shorting in here until at very minimum you lose all the way down to $100. Once you start breaking $100, I do think you can easily test the weekly 21. And then you lose that. We'll play the moving average ranges. They're lined up pretty nicely. The 34 being at that breakout zone. So we just drew a meme line, drew it, sloped, because when we came up here, I was watching that monthly price divergence. But if you come all the way down to the weekly EMA 34, I am going to be watching this zone as like an extremity low. I need to consistently see Robinhood just stay above $75. And you're even seeing that supported with the monthly 9 moving up past that. So just playing into when you get a monthly 9 moving above an all-time high, it's just bullish, and that's just all it is. Even a deep pullback here would just retest a monthly 9. So, and that just plays into, there really should be no aggressive shorting here. I see no argument in that, especially on a higher high break. You very easily can just, this range you formed for the last few weeks, it could just be flipped now where 113 is just support. And then this will give you a new all-time high. So as long as you're holding 113, you will get a new all-time high. I'm watching that specifically on the weekly, but even when you shift gears and look at the daily, you can just see that very clearly. Big deviations down occurred once you lost $113. And then even you would get confirmation of a deeper pullback once the daily 9 was lost. You saw it reject, and then you move down. So in this analysis, and really this idea, you're just watching consolidation. Daily EMA 9 moves up. Once that does occur, ideally it will provide like a spring, and you just start expanding off the daily 9. So for now, very easy area to gauge. I would expect some pullback here, but that pullback, in my opinion, should get stopped right at that $113 area. But it's still an 8% pullback from here. So, you know, you definitely don't want to be over leveraged, specifically after you've just made a new all-time high. And that's really all I have here. I mean, even the bi-monthly EMA 9s moving up towards that $75 region. Don't really have much on this chart. It's extremely bullish, and really pullbacks have been very shallow. So in theory, like the D pullback is just really talking about a monthly EMA 9 retest. So really not very bearish as long as you're specifically holding above $100, breaking above $113, and you're 51% away from the monthly 9. All while monthly volatility is contracting while you're going up, just the definition of bullish. So I'd be very aware of that. Bulls absolutely have the upper hand. Next target in this perspective is $126. And the next week, wherever the HPDR shifts, will be very important. But this weekly will close in 2 days. So we want to keep, you know, this green dildo above $113. And if you do, watch any kind of pullback there to be an opportunity. You're essentially just SR flipping resistance into support. And ideally, that'll just line up really nicely with a daily EMA 9 retest and even possibly a 38.2% retest. So that's all I have here. And you're even at the daily extreme. So again, just should not really be longing after a higher high break. Just play daily trend. It's been very easy. Made a new high here. Okay, I'm not going to long that. Let's just play the higher low. You formed that. You went up. Okay, cool. Didn't break that high. I'm cautious now. Lost the daily 9. Watch resistance. You came all the way down to support. You've rallied up. You've hit support. And so now you're breaking out of this range. It's really going to just be a matter of patience and watching this reaction here. So watch $113. That's what I have.
Thank you so much, senor. Perfecto. We got Tesla after for you.
All right, cool.
Let's see. Ok, Ramón, me habías preguntado, un segundo. Hood, ¿algún comentario en su tope lo que resta del año? Ahora, el tope de esto no puede estar muy lejos, en mi opinión, porque estás teniendo este tipo de movimientos en todo. Y normalmente cuando estás viendo estos saltos históricos y tienes un setup de volatilidad como el que tienes acá en la diaria, lo puedes ver acá que apenas está en el 57% y continúa expandiendo a la alza en lo que estamos aquí arriba. No me acuerdo por qué había puesto este target de 125, pero llegamos hasta 123.50, nada mal, cerca de él. ¿Qué me quiere decir esto? Que estamos ya en lo que probablemente es la mínimo por ahora antes de una corrección, la fase final de eso, donde normalmente los precios de todo sube como espuma. Vieron esto con lo de Oracle, vieron esto, vieron esto con Bitcoin, con todo, en lo que están esperando que la Reserva Federal baje tipos. Una vez más, no entiendo por qué, si la retórica, que la misma narrativa confusa que le dan a todo el mundo, es que la economía está muy fuerte. No veo por qué deberíamos de bajar tipos, pero bueno, si sabemos lo que eso significa, para mí eso podría ser el principio del fin, que es para lo que todo el mundo sería el principio de la subida. Para mí eso sería el principio de la bajada. Entonces, Por ahora, Robinhood tiene más probabilidad de continuar a la alza. No me metería en long ya en este punto porque estoy muy arriba, pero tampoco le haría un corto viendo que tiene volatilidad diaria expandiendo a la alza. Como acabas de hacer un alto histórico, es muy difícil sacarte más allá de la manga. ¿Dónde estamos? Puedes ver acá que está en el 88.3%. El 97% está en 134, ¿ok? Tómalo simplemente en cuenta, 134. Ese podría ser el tope si es que no has topado ya. Pero el hecho de que esta vela haya abierto así, te esté haciendo una vela de tope tan temprano en el día, me dice que va a haber continuación a la alza junto con el setup de volatilidad. Voy a irme a la semanal. Semanal, 126 es la parte alta de la zona azul. La parte baja está en los 108. Digo, el promedio del 9 está en los 108 y tu media está en los 106. La parte baja de la zona azul en 94, interesante. Volatilidad está contrayendo en todo este movimiento, en lo que estamos creando este nuevo máximo histórico. 2 semanas, volatilidad contrayendo. Estamos llegando a extremos, pero una vez más, 134 debería ser el siguiente número que des. Y déjame ver la mensual. 125 es acá donde el HPDR en el 88.3% se encontraría. Y 138, 134. Yo creo que ahí es donde vas a ver tu tope. Máximo 140 en Robinhood. Y de ahí la corrección chida. Y acá la jugada es, pues, entonces, ¿qué hacer, no? Porque quieres agregar o entrar en corto. En corto, yo lo haría en los 134 con poco apalancamiento para que no me coja si llega a los 140. Y 140 sería la última, 139 usaría como referencia. Y ahí, cualquier tick arriba de 142, corto el corto, porque es lo que yo creo que ahí es donde te lo va a dar. Y si estás holdeando esta madre por un rato y llevas no sé cuánto en ella y ya le sacaste lana, tu oportunidad de venta está. Haz la matemática de cuánto dinero ganarías si vendes hoy, cuánto ganarías si vendes en 125, cuánto dinero ganarías si vendes en 134 y en 140. Y analiza si vale la pena esperar y holdear con cojones esos números. De ahí, personalmente, yo diría, aquí es donde estamos ya llegando al final de este pedo. Eso ya es lo que me huele a mí. De nuevo, simplemente por mis ideas conspiranoicas y pendejas, recuerden eso, por el amor de Dios, no, yo qué verga sé. Entonces, en la diaria, ¿cuál es tu zona de breakout? Justamente acá abajo, los 113. 113 son oportunidad para agregar a la posición y es más o menos donde está el 50% y el promedio del 5, digamos 112. Luego la parte baja de la zona azul en los 110. ¿Dónde empezamos a decir esto puede que valga verga? Por debajo de los 94, 95.76, esta vela. ¿Cuál es el low? 95.66. Debajo de 95.66, esto va mucho más para abajo de lo que piensas. Porque estarías rompiendo toda la tendencia alcista, etcétera. Esto sería lo que te llevaría más para abajo. Yo sé que este es un bajo más bajo, acá en 93.36, pero llevarte este sería como el principio del fin, si lo quieres ver así. Así que ahí tienes Robinhood. Vamos a Celsius, damas y caballeros, a analizar las bebidas deliciosas.
La Celsius.
La
Listo,
Celsius.
amigos. Listo.
Sí.
Para Celsius.
Oh my God.
Para Celsius. Why do Hispanic people throw the E before words that start with S?
I don't know, but it's part of how we speak. So instead of saying speak, they say speak. Because we don't have any words that kind of like start like this. So they start with another letter. Does that make sense? I don't know why, but it's something that even as a kid I used to do too. It is just like in our language. I don't I can't remember it now, but it's just like embedded.
I like to do that for fun. Whenever I say spoon, I say spoon.
Spoon, yeah.
¿Dónde está spoon?
And they don't know the difference between I and E.
Oh
Like,
yeah, that's also one that confuses me a lot. When
oh,
they say I and they mean E.
yeah. And like, for example, when they're saying deep, dip, they don't know the difference and how to pronounce that. So both dip and deep sounds the same to them. So they're like deep, deep.
That's why people tell me that English is very complicated because words like that, and I'm thinking that's not that difficult. Spanish is
Well,
a lot more difficult than that.
it's very difficult for people that know English to learn Spanish, and for people that know Spanish to learn English, because the way it works is so different. Because in English, everything is one genre. Like, you don't say mosca and it's a female, which is a fly.
Yeah.
A fly is just an it. So the way that it's structured is completely different. Like, if you learn, because I learned French from Spanish, it's very easy because it's very similar. And the same thing with Italian, Portuguese, etc. But
Or
English is quite different.
I can speak French too.
Ah,
Oui, 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 oui,
bonjour,
oui,
mademoiselle.
oui.
Very good. Enfant, enfant, là pour vous. Yeah.
Alright, so on the quarterly on Celsius, this is looking quite strong. We have made a local bottom here with the reclaim of the 21 EMA when we close over the 9, closing over this big high, mark this as the next local bottom. Now we're holding, getting back over the bottom 38.2%, which would have been resistance if we were going to be bearish. That level is at about $49.30. As long as we do close over that 38.2%, probabilities are that we're going to come back down and retest it and use that as a spring towards the median. Right now, the median is sitting at around $100. That's
Wait,
almost 100.
you're looking at Tesla.
Tesla is Celsius.
Oh, Alex, I
my
shared your
chart.
screen. I see the retardedness. The retardedness comes from my side. I am sorry. I apologize.
I was confused for a second. I was like, wait, am I tripping balls?
Fucking incredible.
So we marked this off as a local bottom when we closed over this wick high. Now we're getting back over the 38.2%, which is around $49.30. Probabilities are if we do close over the 38.2% that we come back down to retest it, maybe a little bit lower to test the 9 or the 5 EMA as they slowly rise up. Ideally, they'd be lined up perfectly with the 38.2%, and then you would use that as a spring into the median. And median right now is sitting at $100. It's likely going to move. Not sure where it's going to move to, but as of right now, it's almost 100% up from price action right now, almost double. Let's see what this would be percentage-wise. That's like a 75% move back to the upside. Momentum is now freshly flipping back up on the quarterly, with volatility currently contracting. There would have been hidden bullish divergence if we hadn't taken out the previous low, but since we took it out and got a close below that low, there is no longer possibility for hidden bullish divergence, and there is no possibility for regular bullish divergence because we are making lower lows on momentum. Jewel is still on a sell signal on the quarterly, but this is gonna likely change well into price action shifting back around. Like if you were to see right here, whenever the Jewel finally shifted into a buy signal, we had already gone up massively. Monthly is pretty extreme to the upside in momentum, but it does like to go into the 90s, and we're only at 74%, so that's not quite topped out just yet. Well, volatility is still in an expansion state. And now we've gotten a fresh close over our 5 EMA, basically every one of our major EMAs. I would be looking for a retest of the 5 on this move to the downside, or somewhere around $50, $51. Slightly below there, the 9, which is also going to be a ad zone, somewhere around about $46, and then your stop loss would be below this wick low at around $43. And ideally, somewhere between the 5 and the 9 will spring us up into testing somewhere around like this breakdown zone, maybe for a nice $69, and then next level is around like $80. Two-week is also looking a little short-term top, a little bit of a move to the downside. Volatile momentum is close to slipping back down. It's getting just at the moving average right now. Moving average is slightly below momentum, and volatility is very close to going into a contraction state. And if you notice, we have a fresh silver cross to the upside on the 2-week, and the 9 EMA right now sits exactly at this 38.2%, and that is right around $50. Same target from the monthly. Ideally, you will bounce because you have 2 points of support of the 9 EMA and 38.2% off the silver cross. High probability you will bounce in this zone from $50 and move from there into somewhere around the 70s. Believe me, it pains me to say it. Weeklies. Weekly is currently flipped to the downside, very close to breaking out of the bearish bullish control zone. Volatility is currently contracting, and the jewel's giving you a God mode signal in the background and has switched to neutral. Has not switched to sell just yet. The target based off of that would be somewhere around the 21 EMA to the median, around $48, very close to that $50 number, and high probability you will bounce in that zone. At the very least, a bounce to somewhere around, why the fuck is this not closing? Somewhere around $53. But I'm on the bias that it is gonna go to new cycle or new highs on this rally, from that bounce. 5-day basically the same look as the weekly, except 5 days already lost the bullish control zone, and the jewels basically the same exact God mode signal, but no sell signal just yet. We've got a daily close below our 5 EMA, so right now this would be the opportunity zone if you want to be aggressive on a little quickie for a short somewhere around that 5 EMA, and you would have your stop loss at this current high at around $63.50, and you'd be targeting somewhere around $50. So that would be how much of a risk? 11.95% versus 11%. Not the best kind of shit. If you want to take it to do the 46, that's somewhere around like 18 to 20%. That's a little bit more worth it, but still not the best. Today is currently very low on momentum, but still flipped to the downside. It's just at the edge of the bearish control zone with volatility just at the moving average, very close to the moving average, but still in a contraction phase. And the jewel right now is giving you a fuck. Stop calling me. The jewel right now, let's zoom in, is very close to giving you a bearish cross with the pink below the yellow, and it's giving you a sell signal right now. You have closed below the 38.2%. So right now, somewhere around that 38.2% is likely going to be resistance. Lines up with that previous 5 EMA, right around that $57-ish zone. High probability of rejection from that area, and then it moved down to somewhere around $50 to $46. Daily is also pointing to the downside, breaking into the bearish control zone with the volatility expanding, and the daily jewel has given you the pink below the yellow cross with a God mode sell signal. From here, you're likely going to retest somewhere around this cluster of EMAs, your 9 to your 5 and your 21 EMA, right around $57. Could get as high as $58 to test the 9, but very likely you will get a rejection from that zone and eventually get dumped to somewhere around $50. And the 100 EMA sits right around 47. So that gives you that zone between 46 and 50. Four hours currently freshly flipped up, getting back over the moving average, still below still in the bearish control zone, with volatility now going into a contraction phase, telling you it's likely going to be a lower high, and your target for that bounce somewhere around $57 to maybe $58. And the $58 area would just be a retest of this bottom 38.2% after losing it. Now we'll go into the RSI, the relative stupidity index, which anyone buying this drink is off the charts in.
They're at all-time highs.
On the relative stupidity index. Quarterly has fresh hitting a bullish divergence with this close on the previous quarterly candle, and this is going to be active as long as you're closing over about $21.10, which we are more than double right now. The next target is the simple moving average, which right now is at about $93, very close to that $100 area. I'd love to see that. Volatility is now very close to extreme lows as well. It's approaching the lowest level ever on Celsius volatility on the quarterly. With hidden bullish divergence. Interesting to see. 2-week, nothing. Weekly, nothing. I would have loved to see some weekly bearish divergence. 3-day currently has a fresh drive of bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below about $61.19. Your next target is the neutral zone, which right now sits at about... Well, first one is the edge of the bullish control zone. That's not very much lower from where we are now. That's at about $55. The neutral zone is somewhere around $45. Very close to that $46 number. Very interesting. 2-day also has bearish divergence. Going to be active as long as you're below $61.19. Next target is the edge of the bullish control zone and then the neutral zone. The edge of the bullish control zone sits at $53. The neutral zone sits also at $45. Daily also has a bearish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing below about 660, same number, 61.19. And your next target is the critical zone, and that's at $50. And you're getting volatility expansion with the bearish divergence. 4 hour, nothing. Nothing. Now we go to momentum. Celsius Holdings. I love it when they add holdings to their company name.
Sounds very serious, you know?
Very serious.
Very serious. Super ethereal.
Why do they want to give me cereal? Why so cereal? Quarterly momentum is currently flipped down, but it's coming alongside volatility fully resetting from 100%, and we are flipped down as long as we're trading below $68.31. But we are taking out all of these previous lows while price is making a higher low, giving us 1, 2, 3 possible drives of hidden bullish divergence, and that will be it's going to be confirmed with momentum flipping back up. And that will confirm with a close over $68.21. Pretty easy to say we'll go to $100 with 3 drives of quarterly hidden bullish divergence alongside very low volatility. Monthly is already flipped to the upside with volatility expansion, and it is going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over $28.69. Very good number. I see the last time we had monthly momentum flipping back up from low levels with volatility expansion. That was... Nope, we had volatility contraction and we still went to new all-time highs. Or cycle highs. I keep saying that by accident. From here, this is comparable. This is when we had a massive move to the upside. This was, let's see, from volatility expansion. Volatility expansion is technically here. 3,501%. Not bad.
Small
Pretty
amount.
tranquilo. Very tranquilo. We had one right here. Although momentum flipped up a little bit higher than where we are now. That was still a 282% move. Theoretically, the move we have now should be stronger because we are flipping up from lower levels on momentum. From here. $610%. The number I'm looking for is not even that crazy. It's only 75% up from here. Not that bad. Not that much. Not even 100%. Not even asking for 100%. I'm not being greedy.
Wow.
2-week currently flipped to the downside as well with volatility contraction, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're trading closing below $61.70. For that moon, supports the idea of that short-term move down to test this 90 EMA and then bust from there. Weekly is also flipped down with volatility just about to go into a contraction phase, ever so slightly below the moving average right now, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below $60.41. Is there? Nope, no bearish divergence. 5-day also flipped down with volatility contraction, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below $60.28. 2-day is also flipped down with volatility contraction, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below $60.64. That $60 to $61 area is very key. Daily is also flipped down with volatility expansion, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below $61. And it's expanding from very, very low levels. Came down to 3% in volatility. Come on. Come on. 4 hours also currently flipped down, but it's very close to flipping back up. And it will flip up if you close over $55.82, which we are over right now. But this is going to be up. Yep, and 2 hour is now flipped up with volatility contracting from extreme highs, telling you it's likely going to be a lower high. And we do have a silver cross to the downside right now. The area of $57 to $58 would be a nice retest of that silver cross, while volatility can reset on the low time frames, and then you're likely going to continue going down. And you're flipped up as long as you're above $55.40. So on the higher time frames, unfortunately, this thing is looking quite bullish. We are forming hidden bullish divergences on the RSI. We have possible 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence on the quarterly. We have volatility fully resetting while momentum is flipped to the downside. The monthly is currently flipped up with volatility expansion, supporting the idea that the quarterly will confirm that hidden bullish divergences, and those will give you a target somewhere around, based off of the RSI, around like $90 to $100. Like 75% up from where we are right now. On the lower time frames, you are starting to get momentum flipping back up. On the 2 hour and the 4 hour is very close to flipping back up, but volatility is contracting, telling you, and you have a silver cross to the downside on the 2 hour, telling you you're likely going to make a lower high somewhere around that $57, $58 zone. Maybe you can push up to $60 because that is a momentum pivot, and those do like to get tapped. So maybe somewhere between $57 to $60, but a high probability you are going to get a rejection from that zone, and you're going to eventually come down to tap somewhere around $46 to $50. But I do look at that as an opportunity zone, and I would be looking for a spring off of that $46 to $50 zone into somewhere around the 70s. And the invalidation right now is going to be, let's go to the weekly, getting either, let's zoom in a little bit, either a tick below about $34 or a weekly close below about $41. Either one of those two things, and I will reevaluate my more medium-term outlook on this. Wouldn't necessarily say it's going to zero. I wish it would, but can't say that just yet. But I do think we're not going to be testing those $100 highs anytime soon if that does happen. I don't think that's going to happen. I think slight move up right now, bearish retest, 57 to $60, and then a nice dump ski to somewhere around 46 to 50, maybe 45. And then I do think we'll get a strong buyback in that area. Hopefully this will take some time so that the low-term time frame momentum can fully reset. And then from there, we can spring and head to new cycle highs. Pretty simple on this one. Simple bearish retest and then slight move lower and then bounce.
Very nice, Senor. Thank you so much. And next for you is, one second, LYV, Live Nation. Oh, look at us, huh? Live Nation, the fucking worst. I fucking hate that company so much.
Oh, the one that tells you a ticket for an event is going to be $100, and then when you get the fees and everything, you're paying $350.
Yeah, it's like a hotel room in Vegas, basically. You can get a hotel room in Vegas for $99, but after fees, it just happens to be $729 a night. But it's just the fees. You need the fees. You need to breathe. You need to walk around the resort, so you need to pay for the walking space. You need to pay for the air that they're pumping into your lungs. You're going to swallow saliva? Well, guess what? There's going to be a fee for that too. So yeah, Live Nation is the equivalent to that for concerts.
Yeah, fuck those companies.
And there's so many people that came up to me when you could start tokenizing like event ticket. And they were like, dude, I got something that can beat Ticketmaster. And I go, you fucking fool, don't understand. Ticketmaster is a mafia. And it's a mafia to the point where they'll ruin your event if you don't use them. They'll figure out how, and they'll spend the money to just fuck you over. They did that to us with the Messi thing. And the other one is they'll literally kill you. It's like that. Like you come up with something that, you come up with something that can literally they'll kill you. Like straight up. It's Ticketmaster. Let's go. Let's fucking go. So always say good things about Ticketmaster. They're the best.
I will never fuck with Ticketmaster.
Never. Like the moment anyone puts like, oh, I got the Ticketmaster killer. I'm like, nope. No, you don't. I'm out. I want nothing to do with it. One of the most gangster companies in the world.
You discovered the cure for cancer? I never want to see you again in my life.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You're fucking absolutely dead. Absolutely dead. Like the guy that figured out that the peach seeds could actually cure cancer. he got eliminated. He got put on TV, made look crazy, and then got eliminated. Fucking incredible.
And then you commit suicide with 10 shots to the back.
You always have to commit suicide with shots in the back, just because they're bouncing. They're also part of the magic bullet that shot Kennedy. It's crazy.
And then you'll lock yourself in a duffel bag and throw yourself into the ocean.
It's very normal. That's been happening forever since the start of mankind. Yeah, it's just history, science. That's what I call it.
This is a good, clean suicide.
Yeah, science. Yeah, and by the way, that suicide is natural death, of course.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so there you
It
go.
happens all the time.
Live Nation for you, sir. LYB. Thank you. Celsius, la bebida que todo el mundo está tomando después del gimnasio que da dolores de cabeza. Algunas personas, como a mí. Habíamos visto que Celsius hizo su máximo histórico en enero del 2024. Desde entonces corrigió un 70% hasta los $21 y este máximo histórico había sido en los 99.45. No llegó a los 100. Nos hizo pensar que lo llegaría. Hizo un doble techo en el pecho y después se dio una gran caída hasta por acá, haciéndole un front run al promedio del 55, pero cerrando perfectamente por encima del 34, que fue la primera vez desde que empezó el rally de abril para Celsius, que tocó el promedio del 34, lo que te dijo que esa debería ser una oportunidad gigantesca para ti para comprar. Ahora, en esta tabla trimestral tenemos volatilidad contrayendo a uno de los puntos más bajos de la historia en la tabla. Esto quiere decir que un movimiento grande se avecina. Y importante entender esto en Celsius, les digo que hay movimientos grandes en todas las tablas. El promedio del 9 está acá, en los 49.48. Mi línea meme está acá en los 46. De acuerdo a lo que estamos viendo, yo esperaría un movimiento a los 60 y a esta zona para después dar continuación a buscar los 83, una vez que empiece a cerrar por arriba de los 83, altos históricos. ¿Cómo vamos a llegar ahí? Vamos a plantear esto correctamente. 1, también en la parte baja de la canal de la zona azul, justamente los 49, donde está el promedio del 9. De poder aguantar esa zona y poder quedarte acá para el cierre en los 20 días y 4 horas, vas a tener una alta probabilidad de venir a los $100, que es la media. ¡Tarán! ¿No? ¡Wow! ¿Quién se lo fuera a imaginar? ¡Qué sorpresa! Mensual, tienes volatilidad comenzando a expandir, pero esta expansión que se comenzó a dar el mes pasado, esta vela todavía no la confirma. Entonces tienes que esperarte a fin de cierre de este mes para poder confirmar expansión en esta. Y como pueden ver, llegamos al 78.6%, que es bastante alto en la tabla. Esto nos dice que consolidación vendría ad hoc. Y vean dónde está justamente la parte baja, el 61.8%, por la línea meme en los $47. ¿Okay? Agregando confluencia al análisis, damas y caballeros. 2 semanas tienes volatilidad contrayendo, aunque no es confirmado todavía. Y esta volatilidad contrayendo no nos va a ayudar con nada en esto. Un segundo, ahí está. Este gráfico. Y acá, ¿qué es lo que tenemos? Tenemos la parte alta, bueno, el 50% que está en los $53. La parte alta de la zona azul en los 48, que de nuevo estamos ya en esa zona para esa deliciosa corrección buena en los 70 y tantos dólares. Y definitivamente es lo que quieres que aguante, esta línea meme. Porque de no aguantar, tus siguientes objetivos van a ser la media y va a ser por acá de los 40. Y eso nos pondría ya en una postura más bajista que alcista. Semanal. Teníamos volatilidad expandiendo y ahora no está contrayendo oficialmente todavía. Y recuerden, tienen que cerrar esta vela semanal a fin de esta semana en 2 días y 4 horas este viernes. Tienes la parte alta de la zona azul justamente acá en los $53 y tu media, que normalmente subes y empiezas a caer, caes a la media o a la parte baja de la zona azul, la media y el promedio del 21 están ahí. Lo puedes ver acá. Y estos son los $46. Por lo que nosotros pensamos que esa va a ser la zona de máxima oportunidad para agregar antes de poder dar continuación a esos jugosos $100 que te lleva prometiendo esta tabla por un rato. Diaria, tienes expansión de volatilidad ante esta caída, pero ahora se está yendo de lado por acá y vamos a ver cómo cerramos el día de hoy. Estás en el promedio del 34, aguantándolo perfectamente. Esto quiere decir que tu downside podría ser simplemente acá y no bajar más, pero tienes la trampa del gap acá que te dice que Bueno, es un gap y tienes el promedio del 100 en la diaria también ahí. Esto es más fácil de lo que parece, damas y caballeros. Celsius. Somos alcistas, pero a corto plazo pensamos que va a pasar esto. Vas a subir al promedio del 9, que esté en los 59, o a la línea meme en los 60. Vas a caer. Todo el mundo va a pensar, güey, este fue el alto más alto y ahora estamos haciendo altos más bajos. Y esto podría caer hasta esta zona de los 46, 45 dólares. De esta zona no aguantar y llegas a ver los 40 dólares, esto olvídalo, ya no va más para arriba, no va a llegar a los 100 dólares. Pero nosotros pensamos que vas a tener este pompeo, un rechazo, y ahora la pregunta es, ¿hasta dónde va a caer? ¿52 dólares o 46, 47 dólares? Es más o menos de escoger dónde vas a agregar a tu posición, porque el gap que ven acá podría tranquilamente funcionar como una trampa, no llegar, que te dé la entrada aquí en los 40, en los 51, 52 dólares, nunca tocar el gap y continuar para arriba. Es lo que pensamos y se va a ir a los 100 dólares. Y ahora si pongo mi tabla tal cual limpiecita, mi siguiente objetivo de acá van a ser los 83 y de ahí los 100. Así que ahí lo tienen, bastante sencillo Celsius, no hay tanto de qué platicar. Vámonos a ver Tesla, damas y caballeros. Cancelar, vamos a ver. There you go.
Nice. Yeah, Tesla, I mean, we're still really watching very carefully. Firstly, that $326 region, once it got reclaimed on the weekly, it solidly just held as support. This was giving bulls kind of a bias of expansion, but until the daily SMA 200 actually got reclaimed, you noticed a lot of chop off this daily SMA 200. This was a big spot we were gauging. Each time we're watching Tesla, we're just playing either longs whenever you reclaimed it, or shorts whenever you lost the daily SMA 200. So it coming in right around that $326 region really gave us confidence that this area is a big spot that needs to hold. So far it did hold, and you're just making your way up, and actually you're just solidly in a daily uptrend, possibly grinding a higher low right at the daily EMA 9. And for me now, we're just within this range. It's kind of where all markets are so far, at least the things I've looked at. You're just playing within a big range and approaching major resistance. That $369 region for the culture is a really big area of resistance. And for me, especially when we're gauging it on a weekly, you can just see how big of resistance that actually is. And even we've noticed that price has been front running that so far. So 369 to 371 is a really major spot. And I'm gauging that very carefully because that was the beginning of a major breakdown. Once you lost the meme line on this weekly close, you couldn't even rally up to retest it. Just simply caught resistance at the weekly 9 before finding a major move down. After losing support, I mean, you ended up nuking. Price went down 40% in under a month. Very impressive. So, bulls really, when they approach this region, need to see a reclaim because they're going to be at risk of this being the spot that is really going to be the rejection point bears will use to really grind price down. Because at this point, I mean, when gauging Tesla on the daily, which has gotten above the daily SMA 200, that was a big zone. And even more so when we went in that $300 region, holding above the monthly EMA 9. So far, it is looking like it is in bull's control. And that's why I want to just be aware that while we play within this range. This range is very big on Tesla. And as long as, you're just still consistently in a daily uptrend, and more like in the middle of this range, you should still have a bias that you're going to see a squeeze up and actually retest this region, either flip it into support or reject it and possibly start coming down. Range high, range lows, very easily can just play within that. Only way you get super bullish of a breakout to $420 is getting back above that $371 region. So it's going to be very important to watch that moving forward. You've seen this range play out before, and you've seen the slow move up until you got the reclaim back above $371. Then it was just a straight shot to a new high. And I showed here, once you lost that $371 on the weekly, really just looked like this, where you had a straight move down. So, if you weren't able to position off that daily SMA 200 reclaim, which luckily it did give you a few chances, then just all eyes on $371. That'll either get a reclaim, shoot up to $400 on Tesla, or that'll be the spot that really baited longs. You got, little references of this being major resistance on the front runs of the resistance. But this will be the last spot. Like, I need to see this zone either be a rejection or a reclaim. If you're not positioned, there's really no reason to position. You're just literally within the middle of the chart. So better yet, just watch, play the range. You understand $371 is where you start breaking out. And the weekly holding above the EMA 9 is bullish. So now we just need to solidly see a breakout from this region here that we've been stuck in. And you do have volatility supporting a breakout. I mean, look how many 0% sessions of volatility you've had. Let's actually read this and count this. 3, so 6. Oh wow, that was 4. So actually, this is the lowest read you've ever had in the history of Tesla's weekly chart. So that tells me instantly, yeah, explosive move is coming. Again, we don't want to be front running this idea before you break 371. So that's kind of where bullish dreams, hopes, and aspirations lie. Need to see this kind of move. And visually, you can just see you got back above that on a weekly. You had a pretty easy move up. So it'd just be the same logic. But, now that we're approaching it, it seems likely this will get hit eventually, most likely by next week. This is where I really need to start paying attention, because what we just identified, well, this is the lowest volatility read ever in the history of this chart. It's a big thing, because what seems like we're just going up and we can't go up much higher, even much lower. Weekly volatility is saying, no, you definitely haven't even seen a real move yet in a very long time. Only other similar environment you've been in on weekly volatility, at least, is all the way here back in 2017. So pretty insane. And you're seeing that across a lot of stuff. I think we were talking about that with bonds as well. Just having volatility compressed on all these major assets that are just really making you wonder.
Coinbase too.
Coinbase, Bitcoin, bonds, Tesla.
Why? Like, yeah, the US dollar. Why? Right? So why is there going to be a massive move? And he's probably going to go up, because remember, they're cutting interest rates, and that's what they told me.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Like, maybe the black swan in quotation marks will just be rate cuts, and the fact that every mofo is just expecting this after that happens. A major move up that just takes you to the heavens and above.
Well, I have no doubt whatsoever in my soul that the rate cuts will completely crash the car and the house market. There's no doubt. I don't know about the stock market, but at least those will absolutely crash.
And I read some, I mean, I don't know, I haven't back tested. I'm pretty sure markets react negatively at the very start of rate cuts, flash crashes occur, and then those produce,
That'd be wonderful. You can already get a Urus for like 130. Maybe you get one for 100, less than 100K.
You will, because there's availability. All the idiots that cannot get out of their car are going to come up with a brilliant idea, just like the people that cannot sell their house because they cannot buy a new one are all going to come up with this brilliant idea of, my house is going to go up in price and now I can afford another one. So I'm going to sell it right now. All of them at the same time. Just watch it happen. And then the flood of inventory is going to be everywhere.
Get myself a sub 100K Lambo.
Yeah, it's coming, dude. It's coming. As long as they cut rates, I am basically promising you this. It's not going to be what everyone thinks, that prices are going to go up. People are retarded. Last time, they locked us down for months, if not years, to give us $8 trillion. Why would they print $8 trillion right now? If they just lower interest rates, they're going to make inventories explode for sale on everything. And that's going to drive prices down. That's going to drive margins down. That's going to drive a lot of businesses out of business. And no one understands that simple money dynamic. But you know what? Listen to everyone on YouTube. They for sure know what they're talking about. And the news, everybody knows that also Jerome Powell is giving you the insights to make the good trades. Just listen to that.
Of course. So simple. Just listen to everyone that's a genius online.
Yeah.
You'll be rich, apparently.
But look how many followers they have. So I must follow that.
That's the end. Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, so yeah, I mean, as you have volatility just so contracted, you are just at an interesting spot where, yeah, you can make the argument you will go up and break out, make a new high, but as we've seen here, you really can't say that until 371 gets reclaimed. So until then, I would expect that a move from here is bullish. This is in bull's control. This looks like a weekly higher low. To me, I'm just really watching for that final move up to the $370 region. That's where I'm expecting some kind of sell-off. That sell-off either leads to a higher low on the weekly, or yeah, that's the spot that just need to be tested before breaking down. For me though, that's just kind of what I'm watching on Tesla. I do think that there's no reason to overcomplicate it. 370 has been proven to be a major zone. Let's not forget what happened in 2022. You rallied up to that region and then massively rejected. You need to be watching that carefully. Actually, this bi-monthly brings exactly why I think of this idea, because you're in the exact same environment that you were in 2022. Bearish. You had a massive bearish deviation, move down. It's a pretty aggressive move down. You went all the way to support. You got a bounce. That bounce was impressive. But again, I still would have been on the camp that you need to be watching this as a bearish retest. That was a bearish retest before leading to a major dump. So here you have, again, massive deviation, same spot. I'm not looking at this as a retest. This is just front running it. So we need to actually see $371, $372. Let me get the exact number. It's bothering me. $372.28. No, $371.75. So yeah, right in that 372, 371. You need to see that actually get tested, because you very easily can get a retest and then it comes down. And then you're just playing the same exact setup that took you into the bear market. Off the back of what we've already seen on weekly volatility being the lowest read ever, that is something to definitely pay attention to. And as we approach that, this means that we're very close to either a major breakout or breakdown. So the Academy short still very valid on Tesla. I didn't really want to, short into this move down. Just seemed like a retest in the daily 9. It's going to spring you up to that 370s region. There, watch very carefully. Major rejection or potentially a $420 Tesla is brewing. And so if you've gotten to this point, not positioned, I don't see any reason to long it up to here or scale shorts up to here. You just wait, watch 370. Once you get your weakness, then you can potentially enter your short. And the Academy does have a trigger there. So that's what I'm watching very carefully. In the bi-monthly, I'm glad I looked at that, because this is literally what gave me this idea. So I think the timing, where we're at in markets, it's all just could be lining up, or, it's not going to play out the same way as it did here, and you're going to get a reclaim. And then if you get a reclaim, it's an easy long trigger, because visually you can just see that, if you're flipping this region into support, that'll be very good for bulls. They haven't been able to actually flip this region into support and hold above it. So yeah, that's all I have on Tesla. 371 to 372. Big rejection or a big breakout. And at this point, you just should sit on your hands and watch. That's it. Very
nice. Humana is the next one for you. And I literally have never seen that. So let me see. Does that exist?
Humana Inc.
Humana. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess we have a chart on it too.
Oh yeah. So this is it. There you go. Nice and easy. Thank you, sir. That was great. Ok, continuamos analizando Tesla, por supuesto, y estamos haciendo lo mismo que habíamos dicho todo el tiempo. Lo interesante de todo esto, más allá de esta potente línea meme que ha estado aguantando todo esto y pudiendo continuar, lo interesante de todo esto que está haciendo Tesla es está preparando un movimiento demasiado potente, a la alza o a la baja. Y este es o puede ser a la alza y a la baja. ¿Por qué? Vean volatilidad, lo interesante de esta volatilidad. Si la expando un poco, pueden ver desde acá cómo está haciendo esto, ¿no? Y periodos de nula volatilidad, tantito sube. Periodos de nula volatilidad, tantito sube. Y ahora, cuando ven esto así, han sido todos estos movimientos. ¿Y qué ha estado haciendo eso? Semanal, la volatilidad de Tesla tiene el movimiento más potente en toda la historia que está a punto de ocurrir, con 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sesiones semanales de nula volatilidad. La última vez que esto ocurrió fue nunca. Habíamos visto 1, 2, 3, 4, 2 y extremos. Nunca habíamos visto este tipo de setup de volatilidad en Tesla, jamás en la historia. Así que un movimiento fuerte se avecina. Vamos a ver la de 2 semanas. Está también cayendo a los puntos bajos de la tabla que no habíamos visto desde enero del 2024, que sabemos qué pasó después de eso. Agosto del 2021, gran pompazo. Noviembre del 2017, pompazo. Octubre del 2016. Estamos entrando en eso. Mensual está cayendo también fuerte en este momento y solamente habíamos estado abajo eso en el 2018, pero lleva fuerza a la baja. Y trimestral, estamos viendo que quiere poder trepar por encima del promedio, pero esto no nos ha confirmado. Esto va a confirmar en 20 días. Recuerden eso, a fin de mes. Entonces vamos a empezar el análisis entendiendo eso de la volatilidad, de cómo está preparando un movimiento bastante potente en Tesla, como en todo lo demás. No entendemos todos el por qué. Ahora podría ser que van a cortar esos intereses y todo el mundo tiene razón. Todo el mundo tiene razón. La bolsa va a subir, las casas van a subir, los coches van a subir, las acciones de Tesla van a subir. Y eso es lo que sería. Pero si hay recortes en verdad, yo lo que creo es lo contrario que va a pasar. Y no lo creo nada más por la magia de Dios, es porque la razón por la que todo está caro es porque la gente está obsesionada con esos precios y creen que pueden vender ahí. No se está vendiendo nada. Y en cuanto todo el mundo ponga sus cosas a la venta, no porque las quieran vender, es porque quieran comprar otra cosa, es cuando todo se va a ir a la verga. Esa es la opinión humilde de una servilleta. Por ahora hemos visto que Tesla está en una clara tendencia alcista, haciendo mínimos más altos y altos más altos. Ahora estamos rangueando justo acá, preparando el spring fuerte para ver para dónde vamos. Por ahora estamos por encima de mi línea meme los 334, lo que nos postula ir a los 370 en la trimestral. Vamos a ver en la mensual, con volatilidad contrayendo. Estamos por encima del promedio del 9, lo retomamos el mes pasado. Faltan todavía 20 días y 4 horas para cerrar esta vela, así que no se me adelanten todavía. Y les voy a poner el HPR para que lo puedan ver. Parte alta de la zona azul, 397. Bueno, 398. Bastante elevado. Una vez que rompamos los 370, les digo, la pregunta va a ser, ¿414 va a ser el punto final o alto histórico? Eso va, 370 es un nivel muy importante para la tabla de Tesla. 2 semanas por encima del promedio del 9, encima del 5, encima de la media. La media está en los 310. Deberíamos ir al 61.8% de poder romper los 361.75, digamos 362, para tirarle un poco a la mamada por acá. Rompes 362 a la alza y probablemente esta línea meme en 414 sería tu siguiente objetivo. Y ahí es donde tendríamos que ver si nos vamos a altos históricos o no. Ahora, perder la media en los 310 sería lo primero que te llevaría a los 300 y de no aguantar los 300, 269. Y esto es donde podría ser la zona para el siguiente bajo más alto. Ahora, de romper los 269 para abajo, vas al SMI 200, que está en el 97%. Y a Tesla sí le gusta ir al 97%, ¿eh? Aquí lo pueden ver, aquí estuvo en el 97%, 97% está en 174. ¿Qué? Sería demasiado legendario para mi apuesta que he hecho desde el principio de este año en todo esto. Demasiado. Es por eso que me cuesta trabajo creer que vaya a salirme tan fácil. Pero y tal vez, y ya aprendí, ¿no? Ya tengo 40 años después de todo. 361, una vez más, 362, la parte alta de la zona azul en la semanal. Esto quiere decir que reventamos acá y mínimo 395, $400 vuelve a aparecer y eso para mí lo pone en postura para esta línea meme en los 414. Y ahí sería la siguiente zona de potencial resistencia donde tal vez sea el rechazo o sea el empuje a nuevos altos históricos y de ahí todo se vaya al pito. Diaria pueden ver que estamos por encima de la zona azul, rebotando el 50% que nos está rechazando, pero estamos quedándonos acá. Esto nos debería dar más chance de ir a los 362, que nos pone cerca de nuestros 370. De poder lograr eso, 95% al alza está en los 414, definitivamente tocable. En Tesla y no lo ha hecho en un rato, lo hemos visto acá atrás, por ejemplo, y eso fue en mayo del 2025. Entonces, simplemente desde mayo no lo hemos tocado, pero podríamos tranquilamente venir a esta zona. Y ahí es donde tenemos que preguntarnos dónde va a ser el final de esto. Porque de que venimos a los 370, yo se los he dicho, eso está cantado. ¿Por qué? Por simplemente cómo estás. Ahora, estas consolidaciones que les he dicho siempre, ¿nos llevan a dónde? A la mierda, ¿ok? Pero esto puede continuar consolidando, usando esto hasta los 414 o alto histórico y de ahí darnos la tirada a la mierda. Pero normalmente cuando ves estos banderines alcistas, en vez de este tipo de situaciones donde baja la consolidación y ahí es donde empieza a subir, es donde se ve en la mierda. ¿Por qué otra vez? Estás consolidando para abajo, tremenda explosión a la alza y acá estás consolidando a la alza. Pero de nuevo, eso puede ser el bias que tengo yo porque es la apuesta que he hecho y en la que estoy completamente siguiendo, entonces puede que sea eso. Pero por ahora, yo creo que los 370 van a ser sencillos de obtener. Una vez que lleguemos a los 370, ahí es la hora de la verdad. Recuerda, 362 va a ser la primera zona a retomar. Una vez que retomemos los 362, vamos 370, 370, la gran probabilidad se abre de ir a los 400, entre 400 y 414, y ya de ahí veremos si máximo histórico. Tenemos que ver la fuerza, si es que la volatilidad expandió con él, etcétera. ¿Y cuándo vienen nuestros earnings? En septiembre, en 15 de octubre. 15 de octubre, que es más o menos por acá. Y estos earnings van a ser muy buenos. Acá en Tesla lo voy a poner. Estos earnings van a ser muy buenos, pero normalmente 2 semanas antes, que es más o menos por donde estamos, Tesla topea. Así que atentos a ello. Pendientes a ello. All right, so we're ready for Live Nation.
All right. Live. Okay, so start with the quarterly, and then I'll do the monthly.
Damn.
So this thing is busting.
Well,
Dude.
yeah. People are going in dead just to go see Taylor Swift.
I see, and anyone who would otherwise compete is killed off. So it makes sense. It goes to the upside.
There you go. Now you're learning.
I think
Momentum.
they did a Travis Scott concert too.
Did
When,
they?
like, a bunch of people? Yeah, I think so.
They killed people, and then he still continued performing while people were literally dying.
Well, it's not his problem, really. People are just dying. People die
They're
every
just
day,
dying,
Brian.
you know.
Everywhere. They're just
Not a
dying
big
in front
deal.
of them. You know, you
Not a
don't need
big
to
deal.
stop your concert because of that. And it's not like he does like mosh pits where people, well, I'm sure there's another technicality that has nothing to do with this.
Yeah, what's the
And
done?
I'm also sure that he's free because he deserves it and not because he has a lot of money. And Live Nation basically paid off all the officers to make sure that, or maybe not paid off, just threatened their families and said, you know, you have a nice, beautiful family. It would be nice if it stays that way. If you let Travis B just get away with it, you know, it'll stay like that. You enjoy your family.
That's a long time ago. This is Max Bullish. It sound like.
Yeah.
All right, so momentum on the monthly is freshly flipped back to the upside, getting back over the moving average, getting very close to getting into the bullish control zone. We have taken out this previous low on momentum, with price action putting in a higher low, giving you hidden bullish divergence, which is currently active, and it will be active as long as you're closing above $142.24. You are currently approaching the top 38.2%, which is going to be a zone of resistance, which is around $174.30. Getting over the 38.2%, if you see what happened previously in history, where we close over the 38.2%, we went to 88.3% right here. We rejected on this go around. Let's see over here, close over the 38.2%, went to the 78.6%. Here we also went to the 88.3%. Let's see here, 78.6%, 78.6%. So it seems to be the 78.6% would be the minimum move after you close over the 38.2%. So closing over 174.30 on a monthly basis takes you up to somewhere around 213, somewhere around 200-ish dollars. That is a decent sized move up from 174. That is around like 34-35% to the upside. And let's go down, and that would be also alongside the jewel giving you a fresh buy signal on this monthly open. Let's mark with a vertical line. We've gotten a buy signal within the bullish control zone and see what the results are. Mark it with this one here. This one. This one's going to be a lot more comparable. And this one. That's not from a sell signal. This one is more comparable. Let's see what happened. Move up of around 18.8%. 38%. Full 62%. And this one currently 17%. So if we were to take it to around that number, 78.6%, that would be a 45% move to the upside. Let's, for funsies, take it 60%. 60% would be somewhere around $235. That would be a move to the 88.3%. Interesting. We have topped out of the 88.3% previous times in the past. Let's go to the 2-week. 2-week is also freshly flipped back up on momentum, with volatility now going into an expansion state. And if you look at the jewel, it's very close to giving you a buy signal with the pink crossing above the yellow. We are currently over the 38.2%, and we're about to close over the 50%. That's at about $170. That gives you that move up into the $200 zone. Weekly is also flipped to the upside with volatility expansion and a buy signal on the jewel. And we're getting over the 38.2%, right at the 50%, which is at around $174. Closing over that 50% takes us to somewhere around $200-ish, $211. 5 days currently just about to flip down on momentum. Volatility is about to go into a contraction phase, and we are putting in a little bit of a toppy candle. But this is very early on into the candle. But if we do close like this, very likely minimum you're going to get a move down to tap somewhere around this 5 EMA at around like $165. If you close over the 50% and close this candle green, still likely going to get a move down, but that probably won't be as deep, more shallow of a pullback, and then continuation from there. 2 days now freshly flipping back up, getting back over the moving average, getting close to the bullish control zone, with volatility now right at the right above the moving average, freshly going into expansion. The jewel right now is giving you a sell signal and a God mode sell signal. So they just make it a little bit more likely that of a top candle over here, and then a move down to tap somewhere around $165, which would be a retest of the median. Daily is already put in top candle. Momentum is still flipped to the upside on the daily, with volatility just about to go into expansion, but it's still contracting. And the jewel has lost a sell signal and flipped into a neutral. Very close to getting a pink crossing below yellow, though. Right now, if we do lose the median, which we could get it moved down to somewhere around $167, you're going to see that 165 area get hit. 4-hour is currently flipped to the upside on momentum, well in the bullish control zone with volatility expansion, and you have a dual into the bullish control zone as well. Currently, that would lean more to the short-term pullback because you are getting to extreme areas in the bullish control zone, and as long as you are trading below about $172, it's more likely than not that you're going to come down to 165. Check the RSI. Nothing there. Let's zoom in. Nope, higher high. Quarterly has 3 drives of hitting bullish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing over about $112.88. Next target is the critical zone, which is currently at $321. Wow. Nothing. Weekly currently has 3 drives of bearish divergence. Actually, no, this is invalidating now. And this will invalidate with any close over $167.94. Today, nothing, nothing. Wow. No divergences in low time frames. Nothing. Let's go into momentum. Monthly is currently freshly flipped back up, and it will remain to the upside as long as you're closing over $142.40 and maintaining the bullish critical zone. Volatility is currently expanding, but if you do get a close over our current high of around $167, yeah, $167 the closing, 66, 167. The exact number is 166.49. If you get a close over there, you are likely to get volatility expansion from there. Let's go into 2-week. 2-week is also flipped to the upside. 2-week does have volatility expansion, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over $160.75. Weekly is also currently freshly flipped up with volatility expansion from extreme lows, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 165.36. 5 days also currently flipped up with volatility expansion from 0%, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 165.57. Very interesting. It all lines up with that short-term move to 165, which will still maintain momentum up. 2 days currently also flipped up with volatility contraction, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 171.54, which we are slightly below right now. Daily is currently flipped up with volatility expansion from almost 0%, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 167.06, and you're rejecting getting out of the bullish control zone. 4 hours also flipped up with volatility expansion from many periods of 0%, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 164.76. And 2 hours now starting to flip down with volatility contracting from extreme highs, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're below 171.41. So on the high time frames, this is looking extremely bullish. It made another higher low right at the 9 EMA. Momentum is freshly flipped back up, and it's very close to going into volatility expansion. It's flipped up on the 2-week. It's currently flipped freshly back up on the weekly with volatility expansion from extreme lows. The only time frames that is flipped down is the very low time frames, like the 2-hour, which does lean into a slight pullback somewhere around $165. But that $165 zone will be an opportunity and likely bounce from there into somewhere around $200. And right now, the invalidation is going to be either getting a tick below about $113 or a weekly close below about $143. Either one of those, then I'll reevaluate. Likely is not going to hit all new cycle highs for a good minute, maybe a couple of months, maybe a year plus. don't think it's just like gone at that point, but likely going to go a little chop consolidation sideways and down for a little bit before trying to retest those highs. Right now, I do think we're going to get a little bit of a move down to 165, but I think we'll break into the 200s after that.
Damn. Who would have thought that killing people was such a good business? No, I'm just
Only insurance companies.
Only insurance companies. The only thing that beats them is pedophilia. Look at Roblox. Still going strong. Very strong. Approved by the U.S. government, by the way. Approved by the U.S. government. So here we go. The next one for you is Rivian, señor.
Muy bien.
Thank you. All righty. Estamos viendo Live Nation, la empresa de los boletos caros, damas y caballeros, para todas estas chingaderas. Les voy a enseñar cómo hacer unas excelentes líneas por acá, mamalonas, para poder ver qué es lo que importa por acá. ¿Dónde estás? ¿Dónde estás, cabrón? Aquí. Justamente este nivel. Me gustó mucho el de los 118. Y aquí arriba. En realidad es esto. 150. Porque una vez que lo rompiste. No, estoy pendejo. Aquí está. 153. Y uno más abajo por si las moscas peludas. Ok. Para que vean de dónde salen todas las líneas memes imaginarias del tío Salo. Así de fácil. Tabla de 2 semanas casi siempre es lo que uso. Es lo que normalmente guía y me da la mejor pauta para todo esto. Vamos a empezar con la trimestral en Live Nation. Quiero que vean exactamente cómo viene esta tabla, porque esto salió al mercado en 2005 y cotizó en su cierre en $13 y está en 171. Más de un 10x, por supuesto. Aunque han pasado bastante tiempo y hemos tenido un setup de volatilidad desde julio del 2024, donde hemos visto una explosión a la alza del precio desde los $94 hasta literalmente los 171, casi el doble en solamente un año y medio. Bueno, año y un trimestre, si lo quieren ver así. Potente la cosa. Ahora tenemos suficientes datos como para poder compartir el HPDR con ustedes y tenemos que reventar estos 371. Para poder reventar estos 371, nuestro siguiente objetivo serían los 196. Y creemos que ahí es donde probablemente paremos por un ratito a consolidar en ese rango. Así que voy a poner también ahí mi siguiente objetivo para todos ustedes. Mensual tenemos el 61.8% junto con mi nueva línea meme recientemente adquirida. Venimos a la media a rebotar en los 158 casi. Estuvimos en 160 y ahora vamos a la parte alta de la zona azul en los 174.30. Si podemos romper los 174.30 a la alza, básicamente los 194 se vuelven una promesa de la tabla. Además, volatilidad mensual está contrayendo en este momento, así que no tenemos nada por ahí. Volatilidad en la de 2 semanas habíamos visto este spike y ahorita estamos yendo un poco de lado. Estamos tocando el 61.8% y tenemos acá el 88.3% que una vez más coincide con la línea meme en los $196, $197. Y hemos ido antes al 88%, efectivamente, carnal, aquí. Y lo hemos hecho antes también acá y en otras ocasiones, por lo que Live Nation le gusta cansarse por ahí. Y eso está tan cerca de la suma de los $200 que probablemente vaya por los 200 o probablemente unos centavos antes, porque cuánta gente va a intentar vender a $200, ¿no? Entonces yo, si tuviera esta mamada, vendería en 196. Encantado de la vida, si es que compré aquí abajo en los 117, hacer un 2X no me molestaría para nada en menos de un año. Pero eso yo, tengo objetivos muy bajos en esta vida, no como ustedes, tan altos sus objetivos, van a volar, van a ser billonarios, ¿no? Básicamente eso, continuamos en una tendencia alcista agresiva en la de 2 semanas, vamos a ver la semanal. Semanal también, podemos ver volatilidad había expandido ante esta tremenda movida. Faltan 2 horas y 4 horas, faltan 2 días y 4 horas para cerrar. Este último blip de volatilidad está apuntando para abajo, pero todavía no ha cerrado. Faltan 2 días y 4 horas. Esto podría cerrar apuntando para arriba, lo que nos diría que habría continuación. Y nuestro siguiente objetivo, si cerramos por encima de los $170, serían 190. Digo 180, perdón, 181, el 78.1%. Diaria, tienes expansión de volatilidad ya confirmada y continúa, lo puedes ver acá. Esta tienes 1, 2, y este sería tu tercer periodo de volatilidad en expansión. Eso lo estás teniendo junto con este movimiento a la parte alta de la zona azul, lo que dice que tienes más probabilidad de continuar esto e ir a estos $175. Del otro lado, $167 debería de aguantarte, y si no, 166, con el peor escenario siendo el 163, pero acabas de venir al promedio del 21, por lo que me cuesta trabajo ver eso. Yo creo que los 167 sería más realista y de ahí poder continuar a la alza. Así que vamos a simplificar esto para toda la gente que esté viendo Live Nation. Muy alcista, muy alcista. Creemos que en los 200 es donde probablemente vayamos a parar. Voy a ponerlo en la semanal, que creo que es la manera más fácil de verla. Puedes ver el promedio del 5. Sería mi primera oportunidad de entrada o de agregar a mi posición, más bien, no de entrada, en los 165. Y la última que yo haría sería acá en los 158. Tengo la línea meme acá, pero va a venir a retestear esto. Podría, porque esta es la zona de breakout, pero no contaría con ello, con la fuerza que lleva, con volatilidad en la diaria expandiendo, lo que estamos viendo en la trimestral, etcétera. Esto tiene cara de que estas van a ser tus 2 oportunidades para agregar acá, si es que te las da, antes de ir a esos $196 hechos puestos ahí por el destino, ¿no? Ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros, bastante fácil, pues. Alrighty, señor Alex, 1 second. What do we got?
Yeah, we got the, what's it called? What can I? Humana.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, trading view, it's been pretty laggy today.
Well, everyone's on it. Everyone's about to be a billionaire because they're cutting rates.
Yeah, apparently. That's what always happens too. Whenever we get volatility, it just often gets very laggy.
Yeah.
Humana is an interesting chart because, I was pointing out you've had over a 15% pullback here. A very dramatic pullback. Now, I do think in the spot that we're at, it's a very important spot. Starting off with the monthly chart, this pullback shouldn't have surprised you too much. Yes, you got back above that $300 mark, which was good. That's a big sign of strength. But you also were held down by that monthly 9 for multiple months. And also you were unable to reclaim the EMA 21. So whenever you have a level like EMA 9 holding price down for as long as it did, and then you get a pop up and you go to the 21, it would make sense to get some kind of rejection in that region. Now, the rejection very carefully needs to be looked at as a throwback. I mean, what was resistance should be support. And I do believe that's currently what we're seeing. And the next 20 days to 2 days are going to be very important to solidifying this. Going to the weekly, you could even see, okay, once you got back above all major moving averages, this was a buy trigger here. You went right into the EMA 100, major rejection. But again, the weekly is even telling you, okay, yes, you've gotten a major pullback, but now this is the zone where you need to see bulls pick up. The price structure shift will only take place if you can shift what was resistance into support. So I'm actually going to need to see this low hold on Humana. I need to see bulls pick up, and before Friday, we need to see it close back above the EMA 9. If we can do that, then they can make an argument. They can really make an argument on this low being a throwback and also potentially a weekly higher low. In the midst of lower highs, you got your higher high break. So higher low really shouldn't surprise anyone. Now, this quickly can turn bearish, and that's just if you pop back within the moving averages. Even just losing this 9 will be enough for me to be concerned. And then we have to start looking at this potentially being a bearish setup, and you're just back within this range. This range has held pretty nicely for a while, and so we should still respect it moving forward. Trading view is very laggy. So for me, next 2 days will be very important for Humana. I need to see this be a throwback. If I throw the HPDR on, you can even just see that scenario taking place. You broke out of the 38.2%. You hit the extremes. Now you've come all the way down. This wick low essentially caught the 38.2% range. This is important to see us hold above this region. When was the last time you actually had a HPDR breakout? Let's see. On the weekly, I don't think you've had one in a while. Here you had one. So you opened above the 38.2%, tried to throw it back, but from that breakout, I mean, you did go up 15% for whatever that's worth. So that was the one I could find. That was in 2020. Yeah. This is a better example. You broke out, and then from that point, you sustained a rally. That was 17%. What we notice from these breakouts, meaning once you start closing weeklies above the 38.2%, you do end up on Humana just getting pretty like instant bullish reactions. I mean, this was 3, 6, 7, 8 weekly green candles. Here you opened above, and then yes, you had red candles, but you still were moving upwards to the right, which is very important. So it seems like once you actually do break that 38.2%, it does move pretty nicely up. Let's find one more example. See, now we're in 2015. Okay, so here's an example where you didn't just immediately move up. Or you did basically, but I mean, it wasn't a 15% move after that. You went about 4.4% and then it fizzled down. You came in for the throwback. It tried to hold, but as soon as you lost that EMA 9 and popped back within the 38.2%, this is when chop and downside started to happen. So it's very telling for where we're actually at in current times. Let me see here. Very important to see this zone hold. That's why I'll still stay on what I said in the beginning. Ideally, now the weekly low is put in. Bulls run with this being a weekly higher low. You start seeing bulls actually buy this back and actually get back above that $276 region. Holding above the weekly 9 will really mean that, you know, any move down should be an opportunity. You should be making your move back to around $300 where you'll either reject, start forming bearish structure here. Again, just kind of chopping, moving down. Or yeah, this will be the higher low. Higher high will come from just taking out essentially, yeah, September, the beginning of September's high. And that's at $315.35. You'll know this is about to do some busting action move if you actually get weekly closures back above $300 and specifically close above the EMA 100 on the weekly. This will open up an easy setup all the way to around that $400 region. And that would be a pretty nice move from current price action. But I mean, this is a pretty harsh rejection. So this is a good reminder not to have FOMO. Respect the moving averages, and honestly, patience will pay on this chart because you know, in my opinion, I really just need to see the weekly 9 hold, which I think it should. And then you should gauge that reaction if you come back down on the next weekly to be a long trigger. So that way, then you're not playing between here, hoping to catch a long. You're just kind of letting bulls and bears chop themselves out, waiting for the new weekly, seeing if you've actually, you know, gotten the price structure shift here. And ideally, these act as support. Can literally just be that simple too. And that's why trend is key, because this tells you, yeah, you should still be gauging for longs here. This weekly will tell you if there's weakness, but still, until proven otherwise, gauge the higher low. And even the 2-day is telling you that as well. You know, more evident, I believe, than the weekly. Major region of resistance, consecutively just rejected. Okay, broke out, and now you're just retesting this region. So this just plays into the idea that really you shouldn't be too bearish. You've already gotten that over 15% dump, Ola. now you've gotten the retest, and if you're bullish on this, this is the exact region to be bullish. Gauge weekly trend to grind a higher low out in this region, and really understand that you just need to stay above all major moving averages on the weekly. You do not need to start breaking back under the EMA 9, falling back under all of them, because, well, the last time you did that was here when you deviated down and then you rejected, and that rejection actually was pretty harsh. Let me actually see. Oh, yeah, that was a 40% dump. So this is why you want to keep the buy trigger. And you can see you didn't keep it last time. So just be very aware of this scenario. You really don't want that to occur. Rather, let this be a trap on shorts, get this bought up, form a higher low, trend your friend, you start moving out this region. So yeah, that's all I really have on Humana. I can look here at the quarterly. We do have a quarterly coming up, 20 days, important. And the quarterly actually kind of tells you, this was at a big spot. So if you really do start taking out that weekly EMA 100, or just for the quarterly all-time high, or the quarterly wick high here, you could actually start seeing a deeper move into that $350 region. And why I say that is because on the quarterly, it's been very easy to just kind of gauge where to short, and that's just the quarterly 9. Worked out really well here, and even on that move here. And what followed after retesting was a massive red dildo. So just be very aware. But the macro this wasn't a big bounce zone. You had a quarterly EMA 100. That was the last spot that bottomed you out. So that was a major zone. You also had support, that $219 region. Strong support. I mean, pretty insane if you really want to look here. This wick high to wick low. This was a 45% quarterly candle. Pretty insane. Then it ended up closing above support, which is good. And so now what you see is even on this quarterly, you're just caught right under that psychological $300 number. $300 is a big spot. You've already tapped the quarterly 9, which was the last spot that majorly nuked you. So you just need to be very aware of that. Weekly ends up not holding the zone that needs to just simply hold. This could end up turning pretty ugly. Again, you'll get confirmation of that if this weekly cannot close above the EMA 9. I mean, big zone for a bounce. Also, the monthly was at the SMA 200. So we've gotten the bounce. Now, can bulls sustain it? It's going to be a big question. And really, the answers will come to you just by waiting and being patient. For me now, just watch the low to hold for this month. I'm gauging essentially that weekly 9. If that gets reclaimed, we can have another shot at $300. If you actually break $300, or specifically September 2nd's wick high, then I do think that can start giving you a move into that $350 to $400 region. And then, if we know the quarterly EMA 9 has been rejecting us, then I'll just look to the next major moving average that's sitting right in that $350 region. So that actually plays in nicely with our range. Get back above $300. Maybe you wick up to that $350, $400 region before coming down. Because, I mean, this essentially has just been going down only. So it would make sense to get some kind of bounce. Hopefully that wasn't just it. Then again, it was a 50% bounce. So
well, you haven't touched that on the quarterly. What's that EMA at the bottom?
Bottom? This one, the 100?
The 100?
Yeah.
And you haven't touched that since what, 2009?
Yeah, since this bottom here in 09.
Odds are it should hold. And if it doesn't, this shit's going to zero, basically.
Yeah, same with the monthly SMA 200. Like, there were legitimate things telling you this was a big bounce zone.
Yeah.
So we've gotten the bounce. Can we sustain it? That's just the bigger question. I personally think, I mean, I'm looking at this as just still a buy trigger, in my opinion. Quickly can churn into a short trigger if we start losing these moving averages. But this is why the EMAs are very important, because you would have been gauging a rejection here, and you would have been saying, you broke out the EMA 34 was holding you down. I'm going to long in this region, and that kept you in check from, well, a whole entire 15% move down. And then when you come into this region, everyone's bearish, then you can say, yeah, I mean, I now know where I'm wrong. I need this EMA 9 to get bought up. And as long as we're holding above all major moving averages, this will be good. You could even trade on like what we said, the 2-day, even telling you that you broke out from here. Okay, cool. Are you going to hold the EMA 100 and just start moving up to 300? And that's why getting back above 300 will be the big spot for bulls. I mean, you get back above 300, that's when you can start actually hitting 355. So if the weekly uptrend is going to hold and you're going to be in this buy trigger, then that would be the expectation. Higher low here, you start slowly grinding up, reclaim the EMA 100, you start popping up to 355. And if bulls don't consolidate long, then yeah, you'll have a shot at the SMA 200. If they consolidate in this region and start chopping, doing like this, which is fine, this will just cause the SMA 200 to move more down. And then, that'll in theory be bullish, just more choppy for bulls. Because the SMA 200, that's your line in the sand on the weekly. I can't really be extremely bullish until you get back above that. Because as history has shown, once you get back above that, I mean, it was pretty easy. So now that you've been under it, I mean, the reaction, just ask bulls, have they, how has holding this been treating them? Really not good. So if you can get back above that EMA 100, you could have a shot at testing the weekly SMA 200. Or if you get back above there, then yeah, this can have another shot of going all the way at $500 potentially. But until then, yeah, play the ranges. The ranges is your friend. Mix in with the trend. So that's all I have on Humana. I don't even know what they do. I think it's
they're life insurance.
I see. Okay.
Yeah. So they're always going to do great. More people are about the well, the problem is more people. No, that's a good thing. More people dying, it's a great thing for them. Less bills they got to take care of.
Yeah, you don't have to pay out for somebody who's dead.
Yeah, exactly. They're already dead. All the way to the bank. That's right. All righty. Thank you, sir. Now, if AI, which by the way, it won't, just based on how it's, unless the entire world changes, AI will never cure diseases. Because what's the benefit of like being able to cure everyone? Like then again, the pharmaceutical companies are going to be like, oh yeah, AI, please take away my job, please. We love you. No, there'll be people that get suicided in that industry. The fuck out of here.
Yeah, it's true. Your chart on Humana is pretty nice. It just kind of summarizes it up nicely. Hold that zone, pop up. That should be pretty strong resistance. You break or reclaim your 368, 369 for the culture. You get that $440 busting action move. That's very nice. Your chart's very nice, actually.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. No one has said such a beautiful thing about my chart. Appreciate it.
Beautiful.
Estamos viendo Humana. Ahora, esta madre es una empresa de seguros de vida en Estados Unidos. Entonces, hemos visto esto chopear desde cuándo. Esto lleva un gran historial. Estamos hablando de los 70s, que salió al mercado y continúa trepando. Hizo un alto histórico en octubre del 2022. Irónicamente, con el mercado en el fondo, este fue el... Esta tabla es al revés. ¿Ven lo que estoy viendo o no? Vean esto. Esto es octubre del 2022. Este fue el fondo de la bolsa. Esto, acá, a la baja, fue el tope del mercado antes de la caída de COVID. Vamos a ver dónde acabó la caída de COVID. En abril del 2020, cuando todo se fue a la mierda, esta madre rebotó. Y ahora, damas y caballeros, está encontrando fondo ahorita. Esto quiere decir que podría ser tope de mercado otra vez. Y ahora puede que esté analizando las cosas demasiado, pero es lo que ha hecho. Esta es la cosa más interesante que he visto en un rato. Huh. Ahora, ¿por qué diríamos que esto ya está tocando fondo? Estamos en la trimestral, tío. En la trimestral, la línea roja que ves acá es el promedio del 100. La última vez que la tocaste fue en el 2009, enero del 2009. Antes de eso, pues, tuviste todo el dot-com, el bust hasta acá, hasta el 2000, del 99 al 2000, pero en el 2009 fue la última vez que tocaste este promedio. ¿Qué tenía que pasar? Vino a literalmente tocarlo una vez más, 3 veces esta vez, para rebotar. Ah, ajá. Mira, la trimestral, esto tiene cara alcista, esto tiene cara que esto fue el fondo. Ahora, es bastante fácil saber si te equivocaste. Baja de los $206 y esto va a continuar para abajo. Pero ahora, vean el tamaño de caída que ha tenido ahora. 64%. Lo contrario que pasó en COVID, literalmente al revés, fue 41%. En el 2008 fue un 78%. Estamos 14% fuera de lo que fue el 2008. ¡Wow! 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 Vamos a ver si esta tabla literalmente nos está diciendo que estamos llegando al tope en la bolsa. Y lo único que tiene que hacer es romper esta zona de los 314, 320. Les voy a enseñar. Mensual, SMA 200, una vez más, es la línea morada que viene acá. No la habíamos tocado desde el 2009, ¿ok? Ese fue el fondo de la bolsa. Desde el 2009 no lo tocábamos. Y aquí estamos una vez más tocándolo en las velas mensuales. Y ahora estamos saliendo. Habíamos perdido el promedio del 5, el promedio del 9. Y ahora rebotamos, agarramos el 5 y el 9 y encima del 200. Nunca lo perdimos, nunca cerramos por debajo de. Y ahora estamos yendo a testear el 21. ¿Qué me dice esto? Probablemente si prendo el HPDR me va a dar razones de chop. No, razones de subida. Estoy por encima de la media que está en los 294. Lo único que tengo que hacer es superar este nivel de los 309 para ir a los 333. Y esto ya acá te ponen altos más altos y bajos más altos que te llevarían tranquilamente a llevarte estos acá en los 405. ¡Puta madre! Huh. 2 semanas. Ok. Básicamente la parte alta de este canal es donde va a empezar el chop. Acá, donde está el SMA 200 en la de 2 semanas. Pueden ver perfectamente la estructura que hemos estado creando. Déjenme quito esto. Teníamos estos bajos. Este fue el bajo más bajo, pero ya empezaste a hacer un alto más alto que todos estos en el rango. Y aquí es donde dices, ok, si continúa esto para arriba, porque nos rechazaron, ¿no? Acá, el 34 es la primera vez que lo pasamos, lo que demuestra un poco de fuerza. Consolidar acá y no caer por debajo de nuestro promedio del 9 de 2 semanas es lo que nos va a hacer empujarnos hasta el SMA 200. No vamos a llegar de chingadazo. Yo creo que esto va a tomar algo de tiempo, pero va a llegar. Y acá es donde deberíamos de consolidar para quedar un poco arriba de esto. Semanal, pueden ver la gran vela roja, pero no es una vela engolfante, envolvente, porque el alto de esta vela es más alto que esta. Por más que haya envuelto toda la última vela, no cuenta. Tiene que superar el alto de los 3:15:55 y no lo hizo. Todavía tiene 2 días y 3 horas para hacerlo, subir y volver a caer y ahora sí sería una vela envolvente. Pero ven, el promedio del 9 está aquí abajo junto con el 21 y el 34. Ya superaste el 5. Tu único obstáculo ahora en la semanal es justamente esta zona de los 316. esto es bastante fácil si lo quieren ver así. 316 te va a llevar a 368. Perder tu mínimo acá, 254, perder esto va a cero. Y la bolsa va a continuar subiendo. Pero si esto empieza a subir, la bolsa va a empezar a bajar. Este fue el respiro que se está dando la bolsa ahorita. Güey, qué locura. Qué locura. Diaria, un poco de lo mismo. Habíamos visto justamente esto. Caímos, nos aguantó el promedio del 100, el 200. Y ahora, el 100, el promedio del 100, que es el rojo en mi tabla, acaba de intercambiar lugar con el 200 y venían bastante separados. Esto es el principio de indicar fuerza. Y ahora tienes el 55 acá, el 34, 21, el 5 demuestra debilidad con esto, pero esto empieza a decir que vamos para arriba. Y lo único que tenemos que hacer es superar esta zona de los 316. Eres alcista, es lo que quieres. Por ahora, esta se me hace una gran zona para agregar y lo puedes cortar simplemente perdiendo esta vela diaria de 254. Tienes cero de volatilidad no, esto te lo dio a la baja. Por ahora. Acá. Tal cual, a la baja. Vamos a ver qué tanto aguanta este setup de volatilidad y si empieza a empujar, pero a la alza, porque recuerda que la volatilidad no tiene por qué empujarte solamente en una dirección. Y esta sí es una vela envolvente bajista a esto. Esto quiere decir que en la diaria está yéndose a la mierda, pero pueden ver exactamente dónde aguantó. Y para mí, importante esta zona porque zona de breakout. Una vez más, cada que rompes, vas bastante alto. Entonces, esta zona tenía que ser retesteada una vez que rompiste a la alza. Ya tenía estas líneas antes, ni siquiera me acordaba. Y esto debería de encontrar rebote para irse a los 368 y destruir la bolsa. ¡Wow! Dios. Potente. Potente. Mr. Farhano, we're ready for that Rivian.
Let's get to Rivian. Let's start.
Let's start.
Let's start. Listo. All right, so we can start with the 2 week. That's when we have enough data for in the HPDR. So we did close slightly below the median, but then the median ended up moving down and we opened above it. And now momentum is freshly flipped back to the upside, getting back over the moving average with volatility freshly going into an expansion state. And the jewel has lost a sell signal and flipped into a neutral signal. From here, you would have a target of hitting the 38.2%, which has been slightly front run, sitting at around $15.54, and we have gone to about $15. As long as we do close like this, it is likely that you're at the very least going to come back down and test the median wherever it is at that time. Right now, it's sitting at $12.58. It is likely going to move up, however, because you are above it currently. And wherever that is, I would like to see it around this cluster of EMAs. If it is there, that would give me perfect influence for a bounce in that zone, and then another attempt at the 38.2%. But it is possible that it can move higher. It is possible that it moves slightly below them. We have to see where it moves after the close. Let's go into the weekly. Weekly is currently starting to flip down. It's getting below the moving average with volatility going into a contraction phase. The jewel is still on a buy signal, and it is right at the edge of the bearish control zone where it flipped to a buy signal. We are currently projecting the 38.2%. If we do close like this, it's likely going to be a little bit of a move down to tap somewhere around this cluster of EMAs, around like let's say $13.50 to around like $13 even, somewhere around there. Maybe slightly below $13 to hit the median at around $12.78. Let's go into the 5-day. 5-day, basically the same outlook as the weekly. Momentum starting to flip down, volatility starting to contract. Jewel still giving you a buy signal right at the edge of the bearish control zone. We are getting a projection of that 38.2% on the previous candle. Right now, it is likely, as long as you are trading below about $14.20, that you're going to get a move down to somewhere around $13. Today is currently flipped up on momentum, getting back over the moving average. Volatility is currently expanding. The jewel is pretty close to giving you a buy signal. The pink is touching tips with the yellow. On this daily close, it is almost certainly going to confirm the buy signal. It is still likely that you're going to get a little bit of a pullback from here because you do have a fresh silver cross to the upside and you have not tested the 9 EMA yet. It's going to move slightly up on this daily close, on today close, in about 2.5 hours, and likely going to be somewhere around the 61.8%, right around like $13.50, giving you confluence with that $13 area. Daily is currently flipped to the downside with volatility contracting, supporting the idea of that short-term move to the downside. See if there's any bearish divergences present. No. And the jewel is giving you a sell signal. Right now, you're getting a rejection from this 38.2%, making it likely you're going to come back down and retest the median. Median might right up at this 21 EMA in that $13 zone. 4 hours also currently rejecting 38.2%. It is, however, flipped to the upside right at the edge of the bullish control zone, with volatility going into a contraction phase, telling you it's likely going to be a lower high on this move. And as long as we are projecting this 38.2% at around $14.10, it is likely we get a move down to retest somewhere around 1360 to 1350. Moving to the RSI. Monthly is about it.
Yeah, this shit has volatility setups everywhere, loading up.
Yeah, volatility is at around 26%, lowest level of volatility ever in Rivian history, with the monthly forming another drive of bullish divergence. That will be one, two. Actually, no, this is the separate one. There will be one drive of bullish divergence if it closes over, let's see, anywhere over $13.89. That will give you an easy target if hitting this neutral zone and then the bullish control zone, which is pretty likely considering how low volatility is. The neutral zone right now sits at about $16.40, and the bullish control zone sits at $22.36. That is a decent sized move up. It's like 80%, I think. Can't do the math. 2 week already has. Yeah, I think something like that. Close enough.
Yeah.
2 week already has confirmed 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing over $11.57. Easy target from that zone is the bullish control zone with volatility at extreme lows. The bullish control zone is at about $15.66. Line's pretty close up with $16. And the critical zone is at around $30. Weekly also has hidden bullish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing over $11.58. Next target is the bullish control zone that sits at about $16.12. Nice number. 16 across the board is the number. And the critical zone is at around $24. Volatility is at 7% right now. 5-day also has 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing over the same number, 1158. And your easy target is the bullish control zone, which sits at 1623. Nothing there. Nothing there. Nothing. Any hidden bearish divergence? Let's see. What is this close? 1444. No hidden bearish divergence. The 4 hours about to put in a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence in about 5 minutes. That will be 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence. And this confirms with any close over about 1395. That will give you an easy target of hitting the simple moving average, which right now is at about 1483. And the critical zone is at about 1944. I'll check momentum. Monthly momentum is currently flipped up with volatility at the lowest level ever, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over $13.10. So even if it does go to down to that $13 zone, it would just be a retest of this monthly pivot. And let's see what the projection is. It is currently breaking out of the bearish control zone as well. Last time we rejected getting out of the bearish control zone on this last lower high. That was at the 37.38 level. Perfect retest of the bearish control zone here. So that is a significant shift from now between the previous lower highs. And so now we have broken out of the bearish control zone on the monthly.
I'm starting to think, if I may interrupt, I'm so sorry.
No worries.
Just like Open Door is front running the interest rate cuts, maybe these car companies are also going to blow the fuck up through interest rate cuts.
It's possible.
And
actually, a lot kind of likely.
Yeah. And I mean, this is why I was getting into it first, right? Just saying that these are the first companies that blow the fuck up when interest rates are cut.
Because it's cheaper to.
As much as they told everyone that the prices are not going to come down, just think about it. Like if the Federal Reserve really, not the Federal Reserve, if the rates really drop, then you can go buy the car for the full price, but your payment is so low it doesn't matter.
You can get another. What was that car that was like $28 a month? The Volkswagen.
The Jetta. You're gonna get more of those. Yeah, we're gonna call Ivan, and Ivan at Galpin is gonna be like, dude, come pick up a DBX 707 for $900 a month. That's about.
Shit, I'll hit up Ivan.
Fuck yeah, I will too. He's fucking stuck up on those cars. Can't move them.
Hey, I like the DBX. I think it's nice.
Me too.
I'm just not paying that $200K for it.
No way. They're way more now. They're like 300.
I'll do 90. 90 is doable. It's worth 90.
I'll pay that. Yes.
It's nicer than a G-Wagon.
I agree. I like it a lot.
On the 2-week, we're freshly flipped back up on momentum, right at the edge of the bearish control zone, rejecting the bearish control zone, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 13.23. Interesting. So that would also be a retest of this momentum pivot. Weekly is currently freshly flipped up, and it's going to remain up as long as you're closing over 1175. And volatility is very close to the moving average. It's projected on this next open to be right at the, to break out of the bearish control zone. So if it was going to be bearish, this pivot would have gone up. 5-day is also flipped up freshly, and it's going to be up as long as you're closing over 1180. And volatility is at extreme lows. 2-day is also flipped up with volatility expansion, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 1345, and it closes in 2.5 hours, and we have a fresh silver cross to the upside. Daily is currently flipped down with volatility contraction, and it is going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 1463. And 4 hours freshly flipped down, rejecting getting out of the bearish control zone, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 1429. So on the higher time frames, it is shifting more from the bearish control into more bullish control, with volatility at extreme lows, momentum flipped up as long as you're over 1310, and you're breaking out of the bearish control zone. For the first time ever in Rivian's history, it's breaking out of the bearish control zone. The last lower high was the rejection of the bearish control zone, which we are now above, and we also reclaimed the 9 EMA. And you have momentum freshly flipping back up on the 2-week with volatility very close to expansion. Basically has volatility and extreme lows on every single time frame. Looks like some busting action is about to happen based on the 2-week and the monthly freshly flipping back up with volatility at extreme lows. And current with that loss of the bearish control zone, it does free up the probabilities that the monthly is going to go into the bullish control zone, which it's never been to ever before. Should see a nice size move up, and based on those RSI targets, that give you a range between targets of around $16 first and then somewhere around $24 after that. On the lower time frames, you are getting momentum starting to flip down, which does give me my bias of coming down to retest somewhere around that mid $13 zone, somewhere around like 13.50, maybe 13.70, 13.60, somewhere around that area. And then from there, I do think it's going to spring up into testing somewhere around $16. And as long as you are trading below $16, then it's more likely that you are going to break down. But if you start to accept above $16, then it's likely this is going to be a reversal, and it's probably going to test somewhere around $24 to $30 from there. Very crazy of a move up. I know it sounds insane, but that's the conditions for that to happen. The invalidation is going to be, let's see.
I think
Let's say
we've seen 1150. What is it?
Yeah, 1147. Getting either a close below 1147 or a tick below about $9.50. Either one of those two things, and then I will reevaluate and say it's no more long-term bullish, and we're probably going to break down. Although I don't think that's going to happen. I think maybe a move down to the mid-13s and then a bounce from there into the 16s.
Bravo, senor. Thank you so much. You boys are fucking done. Enjoy your Wednesday. Happy Wednesday. Anything to look at before you guys go?
No.
I'm just watching that 114,200 region on Bitcoin, and we'll just keep gauging that. Daily close is very important today. So if bears are going to show up and prove that they're not spineless, they're going to show up today. So I'm watching that very carefully. Let's see if $112,000 remains support.
Very nice. Thank you so much, boys. You have a beautiful day. Take care of those kitties and talk to you in a bit.
Have a bonita miércoles, muchachos.
You too,
Buenas
señor
tardes
Cochiloco.
and buenas tardes and hasta luego from Señor Cochiloco.
Take care. Take care, Alex. Enjoy. Algo importante que tengo que mencionar acá. Estábamos viendo, esta es la tabla de Rivian, la voy a poner en la de 2 semanas para quitar un poco de ruido y que se vea más tranquilón este pedo. Voy a quitar también mis promedios. Estábamos viendo Open Door, hablando de que se están adelantando a la cortada de intereses, no a la bajada de intereses. Y una vez más, el precio de Open Door subiendo no tiene que ver con el precio de las casas subiendo, tiene que ver con más transacciones. Y lo mismo ocurre en el mundo de los coches. Estamos viendo setups de volatilidad que nunca hemos visto en Tesla. Estamos viendo lo mismo en Rivian. Lucid no ha checado la tabla, no tengo ni puta idea, pero estuvo muy barato y todos deberíamos, toda la gente que me escuchó debería estar en positivo en este momento en Lucid. Todos. ¿Y qué tal? Porque yo estoy esperando, ustedes saben, estoy esperando el ajuste a la baja para comprar, ¿no? Pero ¿qué tal si esto también se va a adelantar a los intereses bajando? Y esto ya va a reventar a la alza. Eso tendría sentido. La razón por la que estoy invirtiendo en estas empresas de coches y por lo que les he dicho desde el principio, son las primeras cosas en subir cuando los intereses bajan. Son los primeros en beneficiarse. ¿En qué sentido? Ahorita te van a quitar los incentivos fiscales en septiembre 20 o 30 es el deadline, ¿no? Para que ya no te den más de los $7,500. Y tu pago, digamos, por ahorita un Gravity, que es lo que estoy viendo yo, un Gravity son $1,200 al mes. Todo equipado y la verga, ¿no? Pero si bajan los tipos, ese pago puede llegar a mantenerse ahí, si es que sube el precio, o hasta bajar. Y una vez más, eso nadie lo tiene en cuenta. Ahora, esto no tiene que ver con el resto del mercado, pero es una posibilidad que quiero poner enfrente de ustedes, porque ahora sí que me acaba de caer el 20. Que puede que Tesla, puede que Rivian, y para los que posicionaron como yo desde el principio, güey, estamos sentados en una puta mina de oro, grandes posiciones, etcétera, y ahora voy a tener que buscar otras opciones para mi capital. Pero Podría ser. Y después de ver a Humana, que va al revés del mercado, hacer fondo, están empezando a tocar ese fondo. Esto me haría pensar que existe esa posibilidad. Vamos a empezar esto rápido, trimestral en Rivian. Quiero que lo vean. Máximo histórico en $180. Estamos cotizando en 14.11. ¿Ok? Algo que se veía imposible, pero permítanme traerlos rápidamente. A mi tabla de Roblox, donde al principio cotizamos en 140 y llegamos a los 26, a los $21. Y ahora estamos en 130. Ya con un máximo histórico en casi 150. ¿A alguien se le hace descabellado que Rivian puede regresar acá? A mí no. Uf, sería una locura. Sería una locura. Y bueno, analizando la tabla trimestral rápidamente, déjenme les pongo volatilidad y les pongo los promedios. Tenemos nuestro promedio del 9 arriba de los 15.21. Nunca en la historia de Rivian hemos estado por encima del promedio del 9. Nunca. Con llegar y poder tener este cierre, tenemos 20 días y 3 horas para llegar a esos 15.21 de una. Eso nos diría que esto está empezando a trepar. Ahora, volatilidad está en el punto más bajo de la tabla trimestral por lo que valga, ¿no? De venir de 100%, está en los 80 en el 80%. Bien, nada impresionante. Pero en la mensual, estamos en el punto más bajo de la tabla en toda su historia, justamente acá, en el 26%. Eso quiere decir que va a venir un movimiento bastante agresivo. Y ahora, cuando volteamos a ver este gráfico, podemos ver varias cosas. En la mensual estamos haciendo bajos más altos consistentemente. Habremos hecho este alto al principio y después hemos hecho altos más bajos, pero desde este es un alto más alto y este es un bajo más alto. ¿Y qué es lo que sigue después de un bajo más alto? Un alto más alto. Y habíamos platicado de la probabilidad de venir a los 18 o caer a los 20.77 y de ahí ajustar. En los 20.77 a la baja. Impresionante. ¿Cuántas veces hemos cerrado por encima del promedio del 9 mensual? 1, 2, 3, no. 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, no. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. No tenemos nada espectacular en esto, pero lo tenía que poner. Voy a ver cómo se ve el HPDR mensual en esto. Estamos llegando a lugares calientitos también, eso tenemos que decirlo. 100% está justamente donde mi línea meme, en el 18.85. 88.3% está en el 16, en los $16.64. Y tenemos nuestro promedio del 21 en el 71.8% en los 15.56. Bastante interesante. 2 semanas te está dando la lectura de volatilidad más baja de toda la historia por debajo del 15%, lo que nos dice que está preparando el movimiento de la historia en esta mamada. Y ahora estamos por encima del promedio del 34. Hemos estado muy pocas ocasiones por encima del promedio del 34. Me parece que solamente es así. Acá, de la de 2 semanas. Lo tuvimos por una sesión. Esta vez lo retomamos y vamos a la parte alta de la zona azul en los 15.56. Eso ya nos pone en esa tesitura donde hablamos de reventar a la alza y llevarnos mínimo a los 16.60 con gran probabilidad de los 18.82. Los 16.60 suena como el siguiente objetivo para el próximo, después de este alto, bajo, el alto que sigue debería ser ahí. Es a lo que suena en la de 2 semanas. Faltan 2 días y 3 horas para cerrar esta tabla de 2 semanas. Semanal. Volatilidad en el punto más bajo de toda la historia. Una vez más, por debajo del 15%, sugiriendo que va a venir un movimiento agresivísimo a la alza o a la baja, cualquiera de los dos. Tenemos nuestros promedios, nuestra media, nuestro todo por acá, pero tenemos, ¿dónde lo tenemos? No, todavía no cruzan. En la semanal el promedio del 9, el 21 y el 55. Pero una vez que crucen, sería cruce plateado. Lo que yo veo acá es una oportunidad. de agregar a tu posición en los 13.30 más o menos. Si es que eres alcista. Diaria. Diaria, volatilidad está contrayendo con fuerza, va cayendo en caída libre, en lo que estamos por encima del promedio del 9 y tenemos un cruce plateado a la alza. Este cruce plateado a la alza se dio acá y estamos retestando el promedio del 9 el día de hoy y vamos empujando a la parte alta de la zona azul en los 14.16. Rompemos los 14.16 y 14.74, ahí va, ahí va. Y los 14.74, 78 se vuelven el siguiente objetivo y de ahí los 15. Y eso ya te pone en, vamos de los 15 a los 16.64 y 16.64 a los 18.85. Este es el final del ciclo bajista del mundo de los coches eléctricos. Recuerden, ellos son los primeros en beneficiarse antes que Ford y que todos, porque ellos venden directo al consumidor. Estaremos viendo el Open Door de Tesla y de Rivian y de Lucid en este momento. Estaría cabrón. Yo creo que sí tendrías una posibilidad de colocar en Rivian antes del subidongo acá en los 13.30. Pero también rompes 13.30 para abajo y después te llevas los 11.59. Olvídalo. Esto ya no va para arriba. La marca es 11.59 para abajo. La primera llamada serían 13.28, 13.30. Sería el primer lugar que yo esperaría que aguantara. Me empezaría a preocupar si perdemos los 12, vamos a poner 12.66. Y ahí yo diría que vas a los $12. Si no aguantan los $12 y te llevas los 11.58 a la baja, al pito. En temporalidades altas, Rivian se ve súper alcista. Más que nunca en toda la historia, hablando de momentum. Pero en temporalidades bajas tiene cara de que quiere corregir. Y esta corrección la podría venir a dar a esa zona de los 13.30. Y ya sabemos, si estamos equivocados, perderíamos los 12.66 primero, luego los 12 y luego los 11.50 a la baja. Y eso sería, damas y caballeros, lo que pasaría si todo esto juega del otro lado contra el mercado, adelantándose a la subidota. Y sería una absoluta locura, pero sería un placer, sería un gran placer también. Así que vamos a estar muy pendientes de esto. También vean Lucid. Me veo la tabla de Lucid en chinga. Ya está ante mi resistencia meme por acá. Nada mal, ¿no? A los que compramos esta escaloneta. Vamos a ver si nos rechaza y nos da otra oportunidad aquí abajo en los 18.46 a los 17.62 y idealmente, puta, $16. ¿Cuántos compramos en 15 y cacho? 15.50. ¿Cuántos? Me da curiosidad. Por ahora empieza a verse bien la cosa en Lucid. Empezamos a ver los rangos empezar a trepar. No está el 100% ahora, en los 8.35 ni de pedo. Ok, denme un segundo. 3 meses, volatilidad cayendo brutalmente. Mensual, setup de volatilidad más bajo en toda su historia. 2 semanas. Dámelo, papi. Lo mismo. Preparando exactamente lo mismo. El setup de volatilidad más potente en toda su historia. Y eso podría llevar a Lucid 21 a $25 y para arriba. Semanal. Semanal tuvo expansión ante la caída y es lo que estamos viendo hasta ahora. Tuvo la expansión de volatilidad ante esta caída y ahora en la diaria, volatilidad está contrayendo después de este subidón de volatilidad que fue la caída. Puede que veamos ajustes en Tesla, en Rivian, en Lucid y que esos ajustes simplemente sean oportunidad última antes del subidongo potente. Puede, y empiezo a pensar que tienen más probabilidades estas cosas de jugar a la alza que a la baja. Por lo de Open Door, por los intereses. Y una vez más, esto no está diciendo que los precios de los coches van a subir y que los precios de las casas van a subir. Esto dice lo contrario, más transacciones únicamente. Y eso es lo que mantiene a la economía en buen estado, pero los precios de todo van a bajar. Se pone interesante el juego, cabrones. Se pone muy interesante el juego. Espero que hayan tenido un excelente programa, que hayan disfrutado, que hayan aprendido algo, que hayan hecho un poco de lana, que estén preparados para los siguientes movimientos. Aquí voy a estar al pendiente con todos ustedes. Pues nos vemos en la próxima. Gracias a todos los que nos acompañaron por acá en el chat. Déjenme ver una cosa rápido. Ok, vale pues. Les mando un fuerte abrazo a todos. Gracias por acompañarnos en el chat. Eder, Ramón, mi estimadísimo Canito, Brian Martínez, Ismael, Elías, todos ustedes, muchísimas gracias por acompañarnos. También Ryan y los demás. Gracias de corazón por estar acá. Les mando un fuerte abrazo. Cuídense mucho y vamos a ver qué pasa. Vamos a ver qué pasa.